What is going on? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Thursday evening. We are back at it. Best Bet Live, coming to you with a 5-10 no limit hold'em cash game that we're going to have for you tonight. Got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by the analyst Mike Kruger in the house tonight. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Oh, hold on a second. Let me see if I can try to get Mike in here. Mike, you still with us there, bud? All right. Sounds like we might have a little bit of a tech issue happening here. Just give me a second, guys. Just try to see what could be happening right now. Yeah, that is right. LexOPoker is playing tonight on our 5-10 live stream. All right, let's see if we can work this out a little bit. I think I got Mike now. Mike, you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Country.
All right, cool. There we go. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. There's kind of last minute. XSplit, which is our program that we use to live stream to Facebook and YouTube, had a last minute update that I had to run. So might be some things I'm trying to get situated and worked out here. But while I'm working on that, Mike, if you want to carry the action for a little bit while I'm trying to score away a couple of these details, and we'll should be all squared away here.
All right, well, it looks like it's a pretty interesting hand right out of the gate. Corey flopping bottom set, and Carson top pair turning the flush draw along with it.
I thought when I walked in, actually, I was like, I think they adjusted the lights.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah.
See, Carson had to lean over there to eye up Corey's stack after Corey led on the turn. Carson only calls. Got a board pair on the river, Queen of Hearts. So Corey fills up. Carson still holding a king. Probably going to have to call at least one bet here.
We're on the far end of the table, so it's
I like how she said that on camera, on stream.
He said it on camera.
Yeah.
On his
Did he smell?
stream. On his stream.
Carson does get off of it.
I forgot it one time. It happens.
She's a like vlogger shamer. She goes after the internet people. I don't think it matters the vlogger or whatever. She's just a shamer.
It's on my show in case y'all need clothespins.
I remember.
Yeah. What about the Charlie? What about the? There you go. Go big dog.
So how was Hawaii?
Fantastic. I'm actually so sad that Lahaina burnt down because I mean it's at least I got to see it before it burnt down. But they lost so many 200, 300-year-old trees.
Oh.
Every single house on that beach was like 6 to 8 million.
Wow.
Like a shack there, a quarter mile from the beach is $2 million. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And like hundreds of those burned out. You know, so it's like it's just an absolute disaster. I'm so sorry for all those people, and our federal government, like the FEMA system and everything is so messed up. They haven't helped anybody. You know what I mean? You send everybody $700.
It's worse than COVID.
listen. I promise you, Hawaii is not voting Democrat after all that next year. I guaranteed. Like you can bet the house
Oh,
on
it's pretty
that.
blue, isn't it? Why is it pretty blue?
It's hardcore Democrat except for one island, which Niihau, which is like the forbidden island. If you weren't born there, you're not allowed to go to that island.
Oh.
That's the only Republican island out of the 8. But that's going to change, guaranteed. Like their response is just this disaster. Like they're not even helping people get off of Maui.
Wow.
Right? Like, and it's so close to the airport that you can't fly in, right? I mean,
Oh, is it? Yeah, this is like.
the airport's right there, right? So it's like
Were y'all almost stuck?
it's just an absolute disaster, like the equivalent of Katrina, basically. Like,
So we got close to like having to be stuck
no,
there
no.
because it wasn't on
Because
fire.
we've been back for 3 weeks now, right? So
Yeah, but it started like right when y'all left, right? Or like close to
it
when
started
y'all.
maybe a week and a half after we left.
Okay.
King of
After
Hearts,
we left.
first bird. Sorry, guys.
And I mean, those people are all like such nice people. Really, it's not like
2 seats. Holds around with 2.
they're like the most honest, genuine people.
Call 6. Heads up. Check. 50. Roll.
But yeah, I mean, stunningly beautiful. We went to 4 islands. We went to Oahu, Maui, Big Island, and then Hawaii. Maui had the best food by far. Like,
Okay.
it's such a cool place because there's like hundreds of food stands that are all better than anything you can get in Jack's. Like all over the place. Like there's almost no licensing or anything. They just set up these food trucks, and it's just fire.
Oh,
Because
I'm sorry. I thought you were the big line. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not bad.
Because like everything originates there, right? So there's nothing is imported. It's all natural as it is. And Hawaii is the most beautiful island. The scenery there is unbelievable.
Check 6, 7. 9 seat. That's 30.
Did y'all do anything besides snorkeling? Because that's the one thing I got out of Alice because of her arm or her wrist.
We did a ton of snorkeling. Tahiti Beach is like the stunned best place ever, and then like the north side of Kauai, if you take a boat tour, because there's like 3,000 foot cliffs the whole north side of the island.
Oh, wow.
So then you go out to that side, and it's like the entire north side of the island is a protected area. Nobody's allowed to fish there. So they have like these sea turtles that are like 200 years old, just huge.
Oh, that's awesome.
The way getting to see how they float along the reefs is just so sick. But we did a ton of hiking. Like we hiked to the bottom of a volcanic crater. We went to the top of Haleakala, Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa. So it's like way up there. Drove most of the way and hiked the rest. Went through like a bunch of really long underground lava tubes. They have like 30-mile underground lava tubes.
Like it was like it's like solid, like it was molten stuff now, or like what? Like it's like
It was like there's an air bubble when the island was being formed.
yeah.
30 miles long, and then once everything pulled off, it was left like that. So
Wow.
yeah.
So it's almost like a sinkhole in a way.
Yeah, except it's going under the ground like a tunnel.
That's sick. That would be something. I don't know the confidence to do that.
We drove a ton too, like the road to Hana is kind of crazy because it's just like really steep cliffs, no guardrails, and then like 50 bridges that are all like these little one-way military bridges. It's like pretty sick. You know, a lot of that burns down is very sad.
Quarter. I guess it's a quarter right now. That brings 75.
No rush on it.
They'll come try to protest this 4-seat rule. Michelle doesn't get to sit for it. That's the new rule.
Send the hearts first, right?
It really forbids you from sitting in the 4 seat?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
It has something to do with that camera not being on it, but I protest that.
I don't think so. It's just serious.
I would love this on a block.
Up top. Something like a pile block. There you go. Just straddle the six. See, you're like talking about
Find a different angle.
something bigger than 5-5. Talking about a bigger game than 5-5.
Tomorrow. Maybe like tonight or tomorrow.
Straddle the 6.
Oh yeah.
Hold 7, 8, 9.
You gotta make sure I'm putting up numbers. Otherwise she's gonna be mad at me.
Hunter moves now.
How you let Nikki win all the money? Like what? I'm good.
How are you?
Quarter. 8 seat. Hold 9. Hold 1.
75 off.
Warm up a little bit, bro. I just gotta get Lex stuck a little bit. He's gonna go crazy. He'll lose his mind. Who's that? Huh? Was that you? No, definitely not me. What turn is it?
I'm sick
I was
of
gonna say you drove. Why you're driving?
it. I'm going to Orlando.
Drove all the way up here instead of playing the LexOPoker up to the Heritage?
Oh, no. I don't care for that. You heard about that, though.
Juice?
What is it? 600?
17.
I swore off tournament.
Smart. Good moving on.
You're choking.
A lot of trouble.
Raise 35 and 2. Call 6. Call 7.
Good call, Don.
Who's that? Full time.
Oh, you don't have. I'm sorry.
Full raise. Full raise action. 100 Call 200. Call 6.
Hasn't seen a pile of $35.
So this is 14 and a call. 1400.
I don't think you're ready to hear it. Oh,
I don't know if the show's coming.
You have to be wearing a Hawaiian shirt. Tonight's Hawaiian night.
Did Michelle cancel? I think, yeah.
Can I get on the list?
Yeah. Get on there, big dog. Anybody wearing a shirt like that can play. Seriously.
Tonight is Hawaiian night.
So there's a straddle number 2. Hold 3. 75, call 6.
7. Delete 9. 1.
You gonna set me up to this end or what?
Man up.
What the hell's going on here?
Two binks. Bink.
Pretty perfect, huh?
Perfect. Do you want to trade seats? Hey Don, don't laugh too much. It's you next, then me after that.
Oh, trust me.
I could have gotten into it. I was in the hand of 205. What?
2205. Or, so you got 1,017, 21, 2205. Yeah.
Alright, our players, just a couple of quick announcements before you go on your dinner break. We do have a buffet available to you. That will be at the other end of the room. It's going to cost $10. You'll have some chicken and sausage and peppers, mashed potatoes, mixed veggies. Also, players, just a reminder, we're going to be picking up the room, so anything that's food or drink related will be thrown in the trash. So make sure if you want to keep anything to continue with you. Also, we'll all be coloring up all the black chips.
Buddy.
So before you leave, please push your black chips to the front of your stack for the race off. And the break will be for 1 hour.
15 for time.
I added on 2
2K, you said?
Doesn't she get it free? It's her first one. I already did.
Alright players, if you're out of the hand, please take your 1 hour dinner break. Again, leave your black chips to your front of your stack for the race off. And make sure to take with you anything you want to keep that's food or drink related. Otherwise, you can throw it in the trash.
We paid individually.
No.
I would have liked.
Oh, that's what.
Did you pay yours already or no? Yeah, we're fine.
3K to 2 CPs and chips. 2K.
I was gonna say you need more action. Is that what you're saying? They still gotta pay for dinner. They still gotta pay for dinner, don't they?
That's $10.
10? It used to be free.
To 125.
Pay 2's free. I don't think so. I think they still gotta pay.
You're at the very beginning.
Used to be free.
3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Raise 35 from seat 1. Raise 125 from seat 2. Call seat 6. This doesn't play the same. Yes. 3,000 behind our 1 seat. Check in. Yes. Oh, Two seat. Raise 75 from seat. Thank you. Straddle 26. Fold 7. Fold 8. Hold on. Fold 2. Fold 3. Raise 100 from the lower seat. Forgot to tell you, you can't use your phone when you're in a hand. You got the big one. Make a fold. Fold 7. Great. 75 from the 8 seat. With the weight. Race 150 from seat 1. Fold 2 and 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. And fall from seat 8. Heads up. Check 8. 175 from the 1 seat. Check 8. 225. Thank you. Race 50 from the seat. Fold 9. 1, 2, 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. Seats up. 3 players. Check 6. Check 7. Check 8. 100 from the 6 seat. Hold 6. Not even until you look at the scratch. Call 8. You didn't. And hold 1. Heads up. Check 8. 16. Call. $175 from seat 8. Raised to 40. 176. Holding. 16, 17, raise 225. Raise 25 to C3. Raise 100 from 4. Call 6. Hold 7. Three players. Check 3. Check 4. Check 6. Check 3. Check 4. 2 1/4 from the 6. Hold 3.
16th now, I'm pressing it. It's on like 16th. Rounded up cover all the other times. She took fourth in online person. Lost a lot of it back firing other events.
Fold.
Check 6. Check 8.
Big blind. next. I'm next.
Golly. Big. Big. For one. Not bad.
Not time. Only at OP. So they got me chopping at OP now.
Isn't it amazing? He says that, now he raises. How about you? But you, when he has a shitty hand, he'll chop it. Take him back over. Thank you. Thank you. Want to get your time ready to go back quicker?
Seats out, 6 seats out.
I love that episode.
8, 9, 9.
What show?
I don't even know.
30.
I don't know. I'm just surprised that you're watching 30 of the four. Without any type of headset on the live stream.
I thought it was hooked to my earbud.
What show is it?
Yes. Red Center.
First hand I won. Oh, there you go. Well done.
It's hard to win a hand.
Apparently.
This guy doesn't seem offensive. That was the first hand I won off. Since I sat down. Everybody else has won one except me. I won one against you. No, I said everyone. Yeah, I know. I've only won one, but it was against you. I was thinking to myself, can I go the whole night and just chip down and not win one hand? That might be a world record. Yeah, how long can you last not winning anything? Three.
He's got 10. Almost. Do you want to come back in? It's going to wait for hold 1, hold 2. Going up, 35. Hold 7. Raise, 115.
All right, guys, thanks for your patience. I know we were kind of radio silent for a little bit, but we think we got the issues that we were having on our end situated. Go ahead and bring Mike Kruger back in as far as commentary. Mike, I think everything's good now. You got all situated?
I hope so. This has been a fun action game. Definitely want to be back in. How's it
All
sound
right.
to everybody out there? Hopefully we didn't screw anything up on the YouTube or Facebook, audio levels.
All right. So let me continue messing around with one thing, because I think I got you coming in a bit low now. So, all right, I think we're all situated. So, Mike, you still all good?
Yeah, sounds great on my end.
All right, cool. All right, so I think we're all good. I think we're all situated. We're going to go ahead and get back to it here. So, again, thank you guys so much for your patience, though, as we were trying to get that audio squared away. But, yeah, here we are getting things going. 5-10, no limit hold'em, about about an hour now, about past an hour and a half into the live stream. We'll show stats here after this next hand here, so we can get everyone caught back up. But again, guys, thank you so much for your patience. Unfortunately, we had some audio issues that were internal, so we were in the process of trying to fix that while you guys still were enjoying the live stream.
Definitely not lack of desire. I've been anxious to get on a live stream doing commentary with Lexo here, so happy to finally do so. Here we saw Don open it up, making it 100 to go. Over a $25 straddle, I believe. And Michelle wakes up a pocket queens in that straddle. Only 1,000 behind is going to be an interesting 3-bet size. Does decide to just rip it. See if Don wants to put her on an ace-king type hand and go flipping for 1,000.
How much?
10, 10.
Looks like he's weighing his options pretty hard at this point. Always hard to believe a person in the straddle.
Once or twice.
He does put in the call.
Chase. Called it.
Looks like they are going to run it twice here. Don obviously hoping he's flipping against some overcards. Fortunately for him, Michelle woke up with a monster in that straddle.
It's 2 full boards, correct? Yep.
See if Don can spike a 5. So far, clean run out for Michelle on the first board. Queens do hold on the first run out. Don going set hunting on the second run out, see if he can hit a 5. And unfortunately for him, it comes queen high. So it looks like Michelle is going to scoop this pot. Gets a full double up courtesy of Don.
I see.
Not many people in the chat like seeing Don take a hit. He's always a fan favorite, giving away a percentage of his winnings on the majority of live streams. Let's see him reload, see if he can make a comeback after losing that pot there.
Someone go wrangle up this guy. What the hell's going on?
He's on the phone.
Doubles up 3 times, takes a long phone call. Hour break. Sure.
What's your
Adding 25. So I bet we won't pick him up.
Once again, to appreciate everybody hanging out, watching the live stream tonight without audio off the start. Hopefully you're not upset that I'm back on, along with Country rejoining us here shortly. Anybody unaware, this is a 5-10 no-limit game coming from Best Bet Jacksonville, located in Northeast Florida. So we're going to see Hunter open it up with the King-Jack. Carson puts in the call with 4s, and Michelle defends her big blind with Queen-Jack. Flop comes down Ace-Jack-7, so middle pair for Hunter, as well as Michelle. Everybody's going to check around. See if Michelle wants to lead. She opts to check it. Hunter checks as well. are pretty happy to check behind with his 4s. 6 of hearts on the river. So no flush draws complete. Pretty easy for Michelle to assume that her jack is good here. She's going to lead out. Hunter flicks in the call, having the best kicker. He is going to take this one down.
Hey guys, once again, thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight for this 5-10 No Limit Hold'em live stream game. Didn't get a chance to mention it because we were in the process of trying to fix everything, but of course you guys see the return of Don E to the live stream. That means there may be a lucky viewer that could be winning 5% of Don's earnings. So, of course, if you're watching on YouTube, could be an opportunity for you. We'll be keeping an eye on Don to see what he does.
The last giveaway I saw from him was pretty good. I think he booked a 5K win that night. So,
yeah.
Hopefully for somebody out there, he can do the same again.
All right, so let's see. We got Don taking a walk here, taking down this one, just collecting the blinds. And, yeah, since we didn't get to show stats the first time around because we were in the process of working on everything, let's go ahead and show those stats, show you who's up and who's down. Wow, how about Charles? What a big night for him already. Up almost 6K, 5,533 for him. Corey is up a bit. Carson, even-ish, same with Michelle. Hunter right now the most stuck at the table. And then a quick look at the VPIPs. All pretty good VPIPs. I know Michelle joined us a little late in the stream, but everyone else 20% and above as far as VPIPs go. So
it was definitely some action early. Got to watch it from the sidelines intermittently. Saw a lot of big pots, especially quite a few good ones shipped Charles' way there.
Yeah, again, I know while we were trying to get the tech issues fixed out, you were trying to keep an eye on the stream itself to see how things were going.
Yeah, definitely one I was looking forward to with this lineup, especially once it pop up. Wanted to keep a close eye.
Absolutely. All right, this flop 5, Queen 7. So right now Carson's 4s are in the lead. Don's going to go ahead and call Corey's bet. Carson does let it go. Seven on the turn.
Seven on the river. Don with a boat. Currently with the best hand, under pair to the board though. Gotta be a little bit worried. Does go full pot. Did see the turn check through. Pretty easy for him to assume that Corey doesn't have a monster. We get to see Don take another one down, so hopefully he can keep chipping away, get unstuck, and somebody in YouTube can have a nice little payday.
Also, guys, we did start day 1 of our main event, our $1,700 mystery bounty main event. Pretty excited for that event to start up. Day 1A going on. Registration is about to close. I think last time I checked, we had about 53, 54 entries for day 1, which matches what we had the last time we ran this mystery bounty event. Again, 300K guarantee in the prize pool. As always, guys, you can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. Heads up action here with Corey and Hunter. Hunter does have a flush draw and does throw out the bet. Corey does let it go.
In addition into our own website, I was actually sweating the card player site today looking for some updates. They always they'll send out, they'll put on a pretty good update on the main event. So fun seeing a couple different hand details and breakdowns. That's at cardplayer.com, in case anybody's unaware. They always tend to update some of the bigger events, including their own tour. Fun seeing some of the photos of local players playing in today's flight.
Yeah, obviously Mike, who won event number 1, which is a OP guy, plays a lot of Best Bet Orange Park. I know, Mike, you were pretty happy to see him win it.
He's here right now, so.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, he was actually walking in as I was about ready to walk out, so. No, he's playing some 2-5 or 5-10. Not sure which is going at the exact moment, but they actually changed his board name from Mike to Missile today.
That's
so
awesome.
It caught on pretty hard.
That's awesome. And on that day, a legend was born. And then, of course, last night our women's event, and we had a back-to-back champion, Heather, winning back-to-back ladies events titles. So congrats to her.
Watching from home. Nice title defense from her.
Yeah, 91 entries, almost 100 entries in the ladies event yesterday, which is pretty astounding. I know when we last ran that event back in January, there was only 72 entries. So the fact that it was 20 more entries than the last one and almost getting to 100, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun featured and final table from what I saw.
Yeah. All right, so we got Michelle here. Looks like she's going to put into 4-bet to 350, and Don lets it go. So Michelle
picking on Don left and right. Got the full double up from him just not too long ago.
Wow. And of course, you guys do see Lexo there in the 2-seat Lexo playing in tonight's 5-10 game. It's good to see Lexo.
In case you're unaware, he's a somewhat popular YouTube vlogger.
Yep.
Mostly films from South Florida. Travels around a good bit to Vegas and Texas as well. And he's snuck up here quite a few times. No, he's done 2 or 3 episodes from Jacksonville.
But I know a game everyone's going to be looking forward to tomorrow. We got a doozy tomorrow, 10:25 no limit hold'em on the live stream. That's going to be a fun lineup on the table. And I know a lineup that you're pretty excited to see as well, Mike.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we got Jono.
It can be 20 or 25, but
Jimmy.
nothing said. So.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head who else has already signed up. So I assume you have it right in front of you.
Yep. Jono, Jimmy, Russ, Mario. Wendy, who is part of the Event 1 final table, will be in that lineup too. It's going to be a fun game.
He took second place in that event. Which was closing in on Mike's chip stack towards the end.
425.
All right, so Don is going to have pocket queens here. 3 bets at the 425. Michelle, pocket tens.
It's here. Michelle originally opened and Charles defend. Assuming he didn't come back to fold. So it's a pretty interesting spot for her. Obviously, if she calls, it might invite Charles into the pot pretty easily. She's probably factoring that into the price she's getting. Hoping to spike a 10 on the flop. Plus, like we were just talking about, seeing Michelle 3-bet Don just 1 or 2 hands ago. Maybe that's coming to play a little bit, thinking he might be 3-betting you backlight.
Deuce, 6, deuce flop. So both of them with 2 pair. Michelle only 2 outs.
And it's going to be a tough spot for her because with an overpair to the board, obviously Don is going to continuation bet pretty much his entire range here.
Yeah, Michelle did check it over. Don did fire out a bet.
425.
Sound like the bet was 420? 425? So it's in reverse, actually. Don made the 425 bet. Michelle, action is on her.
And pretty tough spot for her to be in, given her chip stack as well. If you think your hand is good, you might want to go with it rather than just call. In Casey's got 2 overcards. 4 different overcards to your pair that could come out on the turn. Like she puts in the call.
Check.
Another non-scary card on the turn. Both players holding the overpair still to the board.
Now
See if
Michelle's
Don might be able to get some of his chips back here.
Yeah, Don does click the all-in button.
And really don't envy Michelle in this spot. Obviously, Don's line looks strong, but it's such a really safe board for your hand. You could be doing this with an ace-king, ace-queen type.
She does click the call.
Yeah.
Wow. They're going to run it twice.
So I would assume given her chip stack, it's a pretty mandatory call. If they were a lot deeper, there'd be some more interesting ways to navigate, but...
All right, so Don does take the first one, and he'll take the second one. That's a face card.
So Don gave all those chips to Michelle, and then he gets them back with not too much delay.
Yeah, pretty big hand that Don gets there. Michelle stuck with it, though. She tried to battle it, but she was well dominated. The majority of that hand, a big hand for Don.
I thought I was going to chop there.
Yes, we got chips here for it.
Tens of jacks.
They might have it on the table for you.
So seeing another nice pot get pushed Don's way. I would assume everybody there in the YouTube chat's a little happy to see that. Gives everybody a sweat moving forward.
It looks like Michelle top back off, got right back into the mix.
Call 6. Hold 7. 75. 8. Over.
This Brenda's going to fire out 75 with pocket 7s.
And Corey elects just to call with the ace-king rather than put in the 3-bet. Gets to play the hand in position 3 ways by doing so. And invited Charles to call behind.
Pair of 8s and a 4 on this flop for all 3 players left.
Yeah, pretty safe flop if you're Brenda sitting there with pocket 7s. No Broadway cards come out. Paired board, pretty safe for your pair. Corey thinking something similar with ace-king. Pretty dry flop. If your hand was good pre-flop, it's still good now.
Trey on the turn. And Brenda's going to go ahead and go all in with her remaining 540.
All of her chips and her phone.
Yeah.
Strong all in.
That's pretty good. You feel real good about your hand if you're putting your phone in the pot, too.
Yeah, that's exuding a lot of strength.
Yes. We're taking this live stream tonight till around 11 o'clock, guys. Again, just a reminder, too, we are in the middle of our main event. Got things going today with day 1A. I'll go out in a second to see what the final numbers are as players should be returning back from their dinner break to finish out the action tonight.
There's a total of 3 day ones in that event, so we got a noon flight tomorrow and then a noon flight on Saturday. Day 2 kicking off on Sunday. Everybody that makes it to day 2 would be in the money, and that's when the bounties start up. So a lot of fun to be had this weekend. That's $1,700 buy-in.
Mark, what's up? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. And again, guys, I do want to thank you guys so much for your patience earlier, as we see Charles hit a 6 and Lexo hit a 6 on this flop, but Charles has Lexo definitely outkicked. Charles bets 55. Lexo does hit the call button. King on the turn. Charles bet 60. So coming along, making the call. Five on the river. Ace is going to play.
6.
6. Oh. 1-6.
Kicker is going to take it for Charles on this one. Especially with 2 queens and a king on the board. When you Lexo checks it back, here's his opponent say 6. Got to be a little relieved that you're about to chop the pot, just to unfortunately see the ace get turned over.
Yeah. Also, guys, a quick reminder, don't forget, start making those plans for September 12th, Tuesday night. We're going to have ourselves our meetup game, Best Bet Live meetup game, down at Best Bet St. Augustine. We get cards in the air at 4 p.m. And then also just a reminder as well that Ramona and the Riot will be performing a musical act down at Best Bet St. Augustine. Again, that's going to be taking place on Tuesday, September 12th. Should be a lot of fun. As always, guys, check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details.
You guys want to try a round of straddle?
I do what I want. But okay. Don can be professional.
That's a 9C straddle.
We'll see if that round of straddles that they just agreed upon stays true. Seeing a straddle start out on this hand. You might play an orbit of $25 under the gun straddles. Bump the game up a little bit. Looks like Charles elected to bump it up to 75. He's got 10-8 from the button. Both Carson and Brenda call. See a Jack-4 tray flop 2 diamonds, so Carson with a gut shot. Brenda at bottom pair. Charles with the C-bet. I think Brenda's going to take a stand, put in a call with her pair of trays. And Carson goes for the check raise. Does have the gut shot, backdoor clubs. Knowing that Charles might C-bet light. He gets to take this one down. Both players pretty quickly fold, so nice check raise spot there for Carson. Good read on the situation that time. If you know one opponent's C-betting light, then the other one's probably calling light. And open the door to steal it.
Get him, Brian. You get him. Me too. No, yeah, I mean, I started it. You playing tomorrow? I'm first alternate. For the March stream? Yes.
There we go. We might see Don tomorrow, saying that he's the first alternate for tomorrow's 10:25 game.
On the main. For the 10 and 4. Is there going to be a must? No, I'm just like, no one's going to be, like, not show up. I'm first alternate if somebody, by some miracle, doesn't show up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'm on the...
So the tournament players did come back. As we see, Charles gets the check mark here with the jack on the turn. Players are back. We had 57 entries for day 1A of our $1,700 mystery bounty event. Again, $300K guaranteed in the prize pool. But we did have 57 entries today. Definitely anticipating more players trying to fire a few bullets for tomorrow and on Saturday as well.
Yeah, Saturday obviously being the biggest flight of the three.
Yep.
Usually trickles up. Wouldn't be surprised to see 100 tomorrow, maybe like 200 on Saturday.
That's what I'm saying.
Looks like they did keep the round of straddles on. We've seen it a couple hands in a row now.
What's that?
Hunter opened it up with 8-7 suited.
No, it is. It is 25-50.
And Charles Brenda called.
Yeah, that's the game tomorrow.
It's Lexo in the straddles position. Wakes up with 8 king and puts in a big 3-bet to 450.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is.
Folds around to Brenda on the button.
For it to be a 10, 25, 50, 100.
She is going to let go over ace-10.
Yep. Ace king, a pretty solid hand to get for your straddle.
It was nice to wake up with a monster in the straddle.
Depends on the lineup. This guy, he put it together. It wasn't really the best bet to put it together. So.
Yeah, I guess I texted and they're like, there's 15 people on the waiting list. Okay.
There's exclusive membership.
Of course, they're talking about the 10-25 game. That's tomorrow night on our live stream.
First off of it.
It's going to be a big game tomorrow night. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I definitely can't wait for tomorrow night. Meanwhile, in this game, though, Charles and Carson both flopping top pair.
Yeah, they did. Oh, we haven't seen that all night. Jack on the turn.
Goes back call again.
Wow, and a 5 on the river comes. Chop it up. Steven, unfortunately, wasn't able to track all that because we had some tech issues we were working out. The min buy-in for this 5-10 game is 500 min. There is no max buy-in on our 5-10 No Limit Hold'em live stream. So, as far as where everyone started off with, hard to say. I know Lexo started off with 5K. I don't know how much Charles started with or anybody else. The only one I knew, Lexo started with 5K. I think Don started with 3K, I think. Carson's going to bump it up to 75 with pocket 9s. Andy, let us take that down.
That picture was way over there for some reason. 7-8. 55 burger.
Gets around to Corey, is going to bump it up. Down at ace queen. It was a 25-hour straddle, so rather small size from Corey. Lexo thinking maybe that's a sign of weakness. Decides to 3-bet it up to 200.
Just like that, Lexo does hit his king on the flop here. Charles with a 10.
Charles had middle pair. Corey does have a gut shot to Broadway. Looks like Corey is going to call one straight, see if he can spike a jack on the turn. Daddy hits the queen, so he improves, but not quite enough yet. Actually went check, check, and now river 7. Checks through again. Lexo pretty aware that Corey's most likely would only call a river or turn bet with a king and would obviously have him out kicked. May have missed a little bit of value since Corey had a queen. But with the size of that pot, kind of hard to put out a value bet that gets called. Didn't want to value on himself, that's for sure. Pretty much holding no kicker with his king there.
Bruce said Charles came in with 1,000. Okay.
Yeah, we did see he was up a ton, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's the kind of run that you dream of. Buy in for 1,000, turn it into 6 or 7 in a matter of less than an hour.
Yeah, it's not too bad. All in a day's work. 7-8 ace flop, so Charles does hit his ace here. Open ender for Carson. Queen on the turn.
Check 6. Check 9.
How little action there's been, it's easy for Lexo to believe that his queen is good.
Yeah, again, bear with us, guys. There might have been a few things that were missed earlier because we were trying to fix all the audio issues.
Not missing Carson going for a check raise here. Something bluffing with his open ender. Similar to before, he thinks the person betting is betting a little bit light, and then he can squeeze them out. And presuming the second player in the hand is calling a little light. See if he can get Charles off of his ace. Obviously, Charles is going to be a little bit concerned about his kicker. Only holding a 4 here is not what you want to have. Especially if you think Carson has something like 7-8 for 2 pair.
Yep. And
it
the
works
kicker
again for Carson. Second time we've seen him go for the check raise bluff.
Yep. I mean, check raise already looks strong to begin with, and as you mentioned, Charles definitely had kicker issues.
Yeah, Carson's picked 2 different spots in the last couple hands to really take advantage of some people betting thin for value.
I think I'm not a leader here. Hunter.
Are you straddling this one?
Robbie straddle. I will straddle next time.
It is your position of doing it. Everybody was doing it. I don't know if you agreed to a round or not. No? All right.
We did. We're gonna do 1 round. I asked everybody.
I'll do it 1 time.
Okay.
He's gonna call. Wait, we're straddling. I thought you looked. Did you not just look?
She can straddle.
Straddle. Okay. Straddle on the 8 seat. Hold 9. 1, 2, 3.
She don't want
Over here.
All right, so Hunter's going to butt up to 60. Ace-10 offsuit.
Call 7.
Don's going to call. Brenda's going to go ahead and defend her straddle.
I'm going to say she's defending her reluctant straddle.
Reluctant, yeah. Key word.
Reluctantly defending. You see Don flop top. Unfortunately, nobody's bet behind him. I think he checked, assuming Hunter was going to continuation bet. You see Don bet that 7 on the turn. Does take it down. It's another little pocket and push Don's way.
Alright, I know you already straddled. Are you doing it again? You already straddled on the 9.
While the round of straddles may be over, Carson does put it on voluntarily.
3, 4.
You see Lexo open it up, making it 75 to go at King Jack offsuit.
What's up? You got your change coming.
Like Charles is the only caller so far. He's got 4 deuce suited. Both players flopping a pair. Lexo top pair. Well, Jack 8 deuce flop, Charles with bottom pair. They see Lexo c-bet and Charles call. Front door flush does come in with a heart on the turn. See Lexo put out a bet with smaller size on the turn. Trying to maximize value, but not necessarily bloat it up since he does not have any hearts. Now we see Charles lead the river here, betting 300. Got Lexo a little perplexed. The line doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. Almost like a value bet size. Lexo trying to probably replay the action here. If Charles had a flush, why wouldn't he check raise the turn? Probably the biggest question. Why would he call and then lead? And also, why would he bet this size? Looks very value heavy. Lexo does fold.
Thank you.
Charles scooping another pot.
Yeah, right now Charles has had a amazing game, huh? It's been...
It took a very unorthodox line there, and it actually worked. Don't see anybody value bet bluff too often.
These cars must be a lot better.
They used to be definitely worse.
Call 1 to fold 2, 3, 4, fold 6, fold 7. 35 from C8, fold 9, heads up.
All right, heads up with Brenda and Corey. 9-6 for pocket trays. 8 king queen flop. It's gonna go check. Now the board pairs. Brenda checks it again, and now Corey's gonna go ahead and fire out a bet. Well, let's go. Trays are gonna win that one. Again, guys, just a quick live stream reminder too. Don't forget, we will not have a live stream on Saturday, but we will be back on Sunday for our feature table of the main event. Will be in day 2. Everyone that will make day 2 in the main event will be in the money and will be a bounty. So we'll have feature table action, and we'll be showing the mystery bounty pools. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Fun day.
Hunter gets himself a premium, but unfortunately no one has anything to go along with him, so he'll just take a walk here and pick down the blinds. But yeah, we'll be showing the bounty pools. Those bounties will range from anywhere between $500 to $50K. It would be really cool to see no one pull the $50K for the feature, and then we have that $50K up for grabs on Monday for the final table. Maybe that's wishful thinking on my behalf.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
you know, there's a chance it could happen.
Just saying, that final table, if the 50K bounty is still up for grabs, would be a very interesting addition to the thought process of that final table.
Yeah, it's really shifting the pay jumps and ICM pressure for sure. Gives almost an even bigger advantage to the big stacks, putting pressure on.
So we see Corey's gonna take this hand down, having to draw the Broadway. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna be fun. Of course, the last time we had our mystery bounty event, we saw Tyler pull the 50K, the 25K, and the 10K bounty. He pulled the 3 biggest bounties of the event, and he still final tabled as well.
Pretty impressive run.
Very curious to see. All right, so Lexo's going to go ahead and put in the raise on the button. King Jack offsuit.
Looks like he's trying to isolate against the pre-flop limper and Corey. Instead, we see Charles call out of the straddle. Corey does call as well, so it's 3 ways to the flop.
5-4-7 flop.
What a flop for Charles's hand. Top pair and open-ended.
Deuce on the turn.
Yeah.
Now gives Corey a flush draw.
Yeah, flush draw in addition to his gut shot that he had on the flop. So Charles bets and Corey calls. Lexo gets out of there. River Queen doesn't change anything for either player. Charles' hand is still best.
Charles throwing out a small bet of 200. Corey does let it go. Charles now with over 7K in front of him. Still having a pretty solid night as Charles.
He's
Straddle.
dodging all the bad runouts. Everything kind of going his way right now.
Carson puts in the raise of 75 with his pocket nines. Shell called on the button, ace-6 suited. Hunter's in there. Don probably feels like he's priced in. He's going to go ahead and call as well. So best bet heads up. 5 players at a flop. 10 Jack Queen. Pair 10s for Charles. Open ender for Don.
Yeah, everybody's got a little piece. Michelle had the gut shot to Broadway. Like Don's going to use his open-ended as a bluff candidate here. Flop checked around. Hard to put anybody on a queen. So this semi-bluff by Don is going to work. It's going to take it down.
Yep. Sup for Don. Thank you.
Seeing a nice trend of a lot of semi-bluffs working recently. Last couple of orbits. Aggression, taking down some small and medium-sized pots. Brenda's going to open it up to 50 with her ace-9. Come under the gun. Front of the blinds. We're going to see Charles call to the small with ace-deuce suited. Be him and Brenda heads up.
Wow.
Queen Jack 6, 2 clubs on board for Charles.
5 on the turn.
Yeah, both players just ace high. Brenda with the better hand, Charles obviously with a better draw.
Fortune for Charles does not hit.
And Brenda's ace-9 is going to be good here after king comes on the river. Brenda gets to chip up a little bit. See Carson immediately put the $25 straddle on again, trying to get the action going.
Today's tournament, you will be in bad shape.
Okay, thank you. Are you playing?
I play. I got put in the same situation. It's a chance.
Back here.
It's going to be 106. You also do the 100.
So when it gets around Charles' button, he does open it up. Makes it 100 to go at queen 9. Don looks down at a premium ace queen. Likes to put in the call rather than 3-bet from the small blind.
And Carson with ace jack. So
Both Carson and Don had 3-bet candidates. Neither one decided to go with a 3-bet. Didn't want to play a bloated pot out of position against Charles. Now we're going to see Charles c-bet with queen high. Got shot to a straight, but
And Charles takes it.
yeah, Charles gets it done again. It's kind of everything Charles does is working out in his favor today.
I mean, I know they were mentioned earlier the double upset Charles had too. Maybe players are kind of thinking about that still a little bit with how good Charles has been running.
Yeah, it's been a combination of he was hitting hands earlier. Now it's kind of he's betting at the right times. Saw that interesting line he took against Lexo, and he played it in a weird way that worked out in his favor. Got Lexo off the best hand.
Can we come on the left? Thank you, man. I can't see that light.
4 ace king flop. Brenda with the king.
75 from Mason.
Brenda does take it down.
Neither player could really call a bet with their hands.
No. And a flop really only hit Brenda.
Yeah, plus with her kicker, it's one of those, other than flush draws, nothing's calling you that doesn't beat you, so you're kind of just hoping to take it down uncontested at that point.
First flight? Or how many flights? Is it one per day?
Yes. So you got a straddle on the 2.
Oh, that's the chip-later? That's it?
Only 40 sometimes, 50.
Yeah, I guess it's true. Like, I feel like gotta be like 300,000 like that. For average night? 106?
Everybody folded to the 1 as well.
We're going to see Lexo get a walk out of the straddle. Rarely seen walk to a straddle player. Don't see it too often. Straddle is going to be on again. Michelle puts it on this hand.
Fold 4. Fold 6. Raise 75.
All right, Don's going to go ahead and bet 75 here.
Fold 1.
Michelle's going to call as well. Michelle trying to get back into the action. And wouldn't you know it, she's heads up once again with Don. Ace, queen, tray.
I don't think so. That island has a lot of good deuces.
Does go check, check.
It'll be like that.
Deuce on the turn.
Everybody that lives there is
Don does have a wheel draw.
honest. I don't think it'll be like that. But what disturbs
He's got a
me
few
is
outs to
that
work with, and he's on bet
2 days after
175.
everybody lost everything, right? And they're gonna have to battle.
That
with
is enough for Michelle to fold.
for months to rebuild anything, right?
8 high, like a boss for Don.
Right? Because there's nothing there. They lost all those 300-year-old trees and everything. All those beautiful gardens and stuff, it's all gone, right? 2 days after that, you got all these real estate brokerages offering those people like 70 cents on the dollar for the land, nothing for the house, so that they don't have to battle with the insurance company.
Oh, wow.
Like just cold calling everything.
Little squirrel over in the chat asking which best bet location is the live stream located. This is at the Best Bet Jacksonville location. We do have a total of 3 locations in Northeast Florida. This one at Jacksonville, Poker Room over in Orange Park that I'm actually the manager of, and then our newest location located in St. Augustine.
For anything.
Fortunately, right now, St. Augustine and Orange Park do not have any live stream tables. Maybe one day. No, I would love it. But for now, we're just hosting a live stream at Best Bet Jacks.
Well, I just blocked those people.
We own the property,
I just blocked them right away. I mean, it's what I don't like is that you own anything in Florida or Georgia or whatever. It's all public record, right? So these people make these bots that just scrape your information off of that. And
As Country said, if you're interested in the live stream, we will have a 10-25 no limit hold'em game tomorrow night.
on the title,
Starts
like
up
on
around
GIS,
6 o'clock.
So
Like a pretty strong, fun lineup. Should be a lot of action.
Cell number, right? And then
Raise
They
75.
buy some number with your area code, so you think it might be somebody you know, and then they just start calling you, right?
Corey waking up with ace king. He's going to raise it up
Raise 3.
from late position. Hunter, assuming that Corey might be opening a little bit light from late position, puts in a 3-bet. Makes it 350 to go with king queen out of the big blind. We're going to see if Corey wants to 4-bet or just call and play this hand in position. He does just call. And pretty disastrous flop for Hunter. Comes down king 7-4. Both players with top pair. Corey with a somewhat under-repped ace king. Elected not to 4-bet it pre.
6 or 7 probably.
We see Hunter continuation bet. 250. Corey is going to call. About a half pot c-bet.
Interesting turn card because now gives Hunter the flush draw as well as Corey.
Yeah, both players holding the spade, which a little interesting. It might slow Hunter down. He can see that he doesn't have the king of spades. So if Hunter had something like king jack of spades, for example, he would have just improved to a flush. King 10 also comes in, so really a lot of the hands Hunter was targeting on that flop kind of improved on this turn. We did see Corey bet and Hunter call. And action's going to go check, check on the river. Corey is going to take this pot down with the better king, out kicking Hunter. Pretty nice sized pot getting pushed Corey's way. Thought there was a chance he might go for some value on that river. Obviously, holding the king of spades, you're blocking some of the flushes your opponent could have.
Your first showdown. Raise 50 from 2.
He gets around to Lexo, he's going to bump it up to 50.
I've been a little bit quiet for Lexo, so figured this is a spot for him to go ahead and get in there, but unfortunately no one had anything to battle with him, so he's just going to go ahead and collect the blinds.
Yeah, been a pretty frustrating night for Lexo indeed. Saw him lose some big pots right out of the gate. And hasn't really had too much get going his way since. Pretty similar to Hunter. You can tell both of them are a little frustrated right now. And see Hunter get out kicked on a hand just 2 hands ago in a pretty big pot.
30.
So Michelle is looking like she's going to go ahead and bump it up here. Pocket 10s. Going to raise it up to 90. Action back on Carson now. 60 more to call.
Good price for him to step mine.
Jack A7 flop.
Not the flop Michelle wanted to see. 3-bet pot with 10s. So she is going to continuation bet though.
Carson will let it go.
Yeah.
It's one of those spots, it's, you know, as a player, sometimes it's hard to pull a trigger on a C-bet when it's a pretty scary board for your hand, but that's why you do it. Don't open the door for your opponent to bluff you.
All right, let's go and take a look at the stats. As we're 2 hours in, yeah, Charles, big night for him, up almost 6K. Corey's up a little over 1,500. Carson and Don are both up, which is good news for you guys again. Don, again, 5% of Don's earnings could be up for grabs for a lucky viewer on YouTube. Hunter right now is the one that's the most stuck at the table. Lexo stuck a little bit as well. And then a quick look at the VPIPs. Charles, yeah, 56% VPIP, well above everybody else. Looks like we're about to lose a Michelle. Looks like she's potentially
100. You said give him the
going to go play another game she might be getting called for.
We're ready, let's go. Deal us in.
No, he's just like, he's on the phone. We're good. You got mine. We do get Nikki next time, maybe? If he still wants to play.
So,
He was here earlier. Yeah.
Like Hunter's going to go as well. I'm assuming they just opened some sort of PLO game that they couldn't be turned down. Bowling dude asking if he loses it all right before the end of the game, can I get a hat this time? In reference to the Don giveaway. I think if somehow you got selected and then he lost all of his profit, find a way to work something out. It'd be a pretty brutal bad beat for both Don and you in that scenario.
raise 110. Hold 7.
Here we're going to see Charles versus Lexo heads up. And Lexo getting the best of Charles this time, smashing the flop on Queen 10-10. Lexo checks it over, and Charles is going to continuation bet. Obviously, holding an overpair to this board looks pretty safe. It's the Lexo check raise, and Charles call. So I'd imagine now that he check raised, Lexo is going to lead the majority of streets moving forward. See what size he decides to go with on this deuce turn. Real brick of a turn card.
350.
That's 350. Definitely targeting some of the stronger hands Charles could have, like king, queen, ace, queen, given that Charles 3-bet pre. Definitely gonna go for max value. River's a 10, so Lexo rivers quads. Charles with the overpair of the board has to think his boat is good. Lexo aware that Charles should be holding a big hand. Like I said, something with a queen in it. Checked it over so that Charles would bet. Now we know Charles is no good, and Lexo is going to put in the check raise. It's going to be real interesting to see what size Lexo uses here. Looks like he's going to go for the max. Raises big.
Make it 3,200.
Nice big chunky size from Lexo. Assuming his opponent is either always calling or always folding, so he goes huge and it works.
All of the 10.
That is a monster pot getting pushed Lexo's way. What a crazy river card that was. So Lexo about to scoop a monster pot courtesy of Charles there with his quads versus Charles' boat.
No bad beat or
Really good river size by Lexo there.
32, right? 32. Yep. So you got
Definitely one of those spots where the sizing can be dictated
I was trying to shit shot.
on whether your opponent is pretty much always calling or folding, regardless of what size you use. And when you target the top of range hands like Charles had, then you're going to get paid much, much more when you go with the big size like Lexo did. We were just talking about some of the frustration and couldn't get anything going, and well, one fell swoop there. Lexo turns his entire night around with, just quads, nothing big. Gross run out for Charles. Hard to get off of pocket kings on that run out.
7, calling, call board.
Check that option.
No worries.
Now we're going to the other side of the cooler spectrum. We got a 10-9 tray flop where Brenda has a gut shot and nobody else even has a pair on this board. Like we do see Corey stab at it though with his 6 high. Brenda's gonna call it the gut shot. Now turn 5 does bring a gut shot for Corey and a double gut shot for Brenda. So because he turned some equity, Corey's gonna continue telling his story. Brenda's gonna put in the call. And the rear is a brick tray. Brenda's gonna check, and if Corey pulls the triple barrel, it's gonna work. Sure enough, Corey does find that third bullet. Brenda's gonna lay down her 7 high. Corey gets to take it down. And that's how you play 6 deuce, everybody, just in case you need to know.
What? You said lock it up. You did? I thought so. You left the top odd table.
At Tones in the chat says about time Charles loses a hand. Well, it was definitely the big hand to lose. Biggest pot of the night, I would imagine at this point. Quads first, a massive boat. Big pot to lose.
2, 25.
We're gonna have Don, the YouTube fan favorite, bumps it up with 8-7 suited. It's at 75 to go. Brenda is gonna call. See Lexo defend out of the straddle. If he can build on the momentum he's got going for him with ace-7 offsuit. Flops queen tray tray, so nobody with anything on that flop. Turn king of diamonds. Brenda improves to a gut shot, but good card for Donnie to represent as the pre-flop raiser. Does fire out representing the king. Both players are going to let it go, so Don gets to scoop this one.
Cue the jaws. Straddle, 60.
So the quarter straddle is back on again. Charles puts the 25 on. Action starts on Don. He's going to bump it up to 100 with king, jack offsuit.
Call man. Hold one.
Hunter gets a call from the button with the queen 10. And we're going to see Hunter defend his straddle with a 9-6 suited. Maybe trying to get some of them chips back he just lost. Flop comes ace jack 8. Carson, the double gutter. Don with the best hand currently, middle pair of jacks. And as the pre-flop raiser, he's going to continuation bet with his pair.
Call man.
Carson putting in the call with the double gutter. Charles maybe thinking about pulling a move here. But he lets it go. Turn 5 of hearts does bring in the front door flush. Neither player holding even a single heart, let alone 2. Carson may be interested in turning his hand into a bluff now, representing having the flush draw since he did have the straight draw.
Okay, yeah, that's where I play. Oh, really? Yeah, it's nice. You gotta stay there? Oh, yeah.
Now we're going to see Don weigh his options. He's pretty aware that Carson is a capable, good player who would use this Gary card as a maybe a bluff candidate. So we're going to see Don put the call in. Now river 6 of hearts. Again, neither player holding a heart. See if either player decides to act like they got the flush on this one. You see Don check it over. Looks like Carson is going to fire. Puts out a small bet, making it look like he's value betting. He has to take this one down from Don.
I'm a blackjack guy. I don't like the odds. They have a lot of data too. The 5 to 6. They have 6. They have a lot of 65. Yeah, but you gotta. Depends on what you want to bet.
Yeah, but you can find one.
Oh yeah. If you go right away on Friday in the morning, you'll get some dirty shit. Good. But then as the night goes on, they're gonna change it.
Yeah. I don't. It doesn't really bother me that much because they usually play pretty good in it, but.
Yeah, once you go to 75 or 100 minutes,
yeah, we're usually in the.
Yeah, we're just getting So, 47.
I also don't like the next there.
Actually gets around to the blinds.
One time.
We're going to see Lexo raise it up to 30. Charles puts in a 3-bet with 5-4 suited. Another action flop between these two. Queen 10-8, so open-ended for Lexo, flush draw for Charles. Looks like they're gonna battle again. Turn 7 gives Lexo a pair. Charles with the gut shot. In addition to the flush draw, bets out a hefty amount on that turn, and he's gonna take it down. Seems like Charles and Lexo getting into quite a few pots here. Probably not going to stop anytime soon. Let's see Corey limp in here as opposed to open with the King 5 suited from the cutoff. Charles completes his small blind. Looks like Don's going to try to bump it up, take advantage of the weakness, and take it down. Does get through Corey. Charles is not exactly in the folding mood after getting coolered in a huge pot not too long ago.
It would take you,
Charles is going to donk lead, hitting middle pair with his ace-4 on a 10-4 deuce. Don's going to call queen high, 2 overs to the board. Charles with the same bet size here on a turn. Rather 125, but very close. Don does let it go now. No scary card comes out that he can represent. So we see Charles take down a little pot there. Definitely been on the more aggressive and active side tonight. When he's in the hand, he likes to play it pretty aggressively.
Yeah, so it was went out there to do a open seating call for our live stream. Come to find out, there's a 1025 that's going on upstairs. So that is the reason why Hunter left. He was called for the 1025 game that's taking place upstairs. So
makes sense. Thought it might have been a PLO game.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a list.
Too tempting.
There is a list generating for 2550 PLO. I can only imagine how gigantic of a game that's going to be if that ends up going.
And definitely some bigger action this weekend with the main event going on.
And I think we're pretty close to actually wrapping up day 1A pretty soon. So Yeah, those players that were playing in that are sure to go into some of the bigger games later tonight.
Anybody unaware, this is a Card Player Poker Tour main event weekend here at Best Bet. 1,700 buy-in, 300K guarantee, mystery bounty format this weekend. Wow, massive pot brewing between Brenda and Corey, both holding flush draws.
Yep, only the flush draws. Brenda is going to go ahead and jam with her remaining chip stack. Puts Don in a weird spot with his pocket sixes, and still with Corey behind him. He's going to put in the call.
Yeah, Don originally led and Corey only called, I believe.
Sure.
Yeah, it's never missed
Pretty, looks like a draw.
Got your nails done for this? For the final table. Oh, final table. But yeah.
No, Corey, gonna be tough to get away from it for such a good price. Obviously not exactly in love with the situation when somebody could have a better flush draw than you, but 360 to call, 1,500 in the middle. A little too tempting to get out of the way.
Corey does put in the call, so
Brenda alive for a full triple up then.
You got a huge core, is what you got.
I'm looking at it. But I put you on point.
Queens? Yeah.
So there's still going to be action. There'll be a side pot that will generate from this. It is dry at the moment, though.
Y'all got some of the biggest games down there ever.
And usually with a dry side pot, you don't see a lot of bluffing occur, but
You ever go down?
Don improves to the straight on the turn.
Wow.
Even though there's a dry side, he's definitely going to lead out now that he has the best hand.
The guitar is nice, very nice.
Almost 0% chance anybody has 6-8 in this spot,
A little
so
tougher now, though. A lot more pros coming in from
you will suddenly be betting for value.
Puts in 2K, so basically a pot-sized bet that he threw in. Corey does let it go.
A heart and a heart only for Brenda. Ace and king are now no good.
And
good turn card.
an 8 on the river is going to improve Don's straight.
Yeah. Good turn card, good turn card.
Big hand
Another
coming for Don.
one for Don, yeah.
Which again, good for you guys, because Don did say he's going to give 5% of his earnings to a lucky viewer.
I think right now he's probably around up 2K, so a nice crisp $100 bill. It's 5%.
That would be interesting. I mean, I understand that like the rock, whatever, is a fun game where like you have like a rock.
I'll straddle unless you want to do it.
But like
Bowling Dude asking about how long an interest list has to be to open a table. It's really just room and situation dependent. Obviously, we're in the business of opening as many tables as we can, so
or they're the big blind.
not a lot of things will deter us from getting it going if we can get it going. That's for sure.
Yeah, it also kind of depends on the game and also on the room and everything too. A lot of different factors. I know for us, usually when we get a list of interest, for example, like 2-2 no limit hold'em, we get like 6 or 7 names on the list. We start opening the game. I think it's pretty much the same for you guys as well, right, Mike?
Yeah, it's especially at 2-2. It's pretty easy. As soon as you have enough to get going, just go ahead and get it going. There's especially when you get into more some of the higher stakes games. There's a lot of crossover on the list, like kind of how we just saw Hunter leave for a 1025. A lot of times there can be some double entry, and knowing what players prefer and to aim what game gets open based on preferences to obviously maximize how many people are happy with your decision.
The only person that called was the 4 and 6. Checks around. Turn.
All right, so Action Tracker getting caught back up here. Look like Chase was trying to do a little bit of a chip run for Brenda. She was buying back in. Looks like she came back in for like another 1,000, looks like.
like quick takedown for Charles there. Nothing too much going on.
I guess there was a big hand that took place a little bit ago while I was out of the room with Lexo collecting a big pot, huh?
Yeah, Lexo with a massive hand against Charles. He ended up rivering quads, and Charles had an overpair of the board for almost essentially the nut boat.
Wow.
So it was ballooning up quickly, and things escalated fast. And Lexo put in a huge raise on the river and got paid.
Nice. Good stuff.
What you can see is
And if you're
crazy
gonna
run out.
Yeah, I was saying, if you're going to get chips back or anything, why not get them from the person who has the most chips at the table and it's up the most, right?
Oh, yeah.
8, ace, 10 flops, so Brenda flops 2 pair. Charles just with a pair of 8s. Brenda's going to go ahead and fire a bet. Charles lets it go.
Yeah, so she checked it over, hoping he would maybe bluff at that flop. Fortunately for her, he checked it back.
And he's always been
Again, we do have the Card Player Tour main event going on. Mystery Bounty format. Bounties ranging from 500 all the way up to 50,000. They will start getting pulled on Sunday, which is day 2.
Oh, pocket kings for Carson.
Yeah, I guess put in a nice 3-bet, makes it 125. Like it folds around a Don. He is going to put in the call. It's Queen Jack.
7, or that's Jack, excuse me, Jack 9, 10.
Yeah, open ender and top pair for Don.
Wow.
Carson with the overpair and gut shot. Both players play it a little coy, goes check.
Ace comes out on the turn.
Hard neither player wanted to see, that's for sure.
Yeah, as I say, might slow things down a bit. Looks like it does go check. Oh my gosh, and the king comes on the river to give Carson the set of kings, and Don has his Broadway.
Yeah, unfortunately for Don, he's not going to get paid a ton just because there is a 4-liner on the board. And
and Don caught a glimpse of it.
Where's all the money?
Yeah, he said, where's all the money? That's what Don said.
I didn't see it, but
You did not want to see yourself.
I don't know.
can you how far is it?
Wow, I see my set. I'm going to go all in.
No?
That would have happened.
5 hours.
Oh man, we would have had a few more viewers for Don's earnings.
oh yeah, everybody will be suddenly getting in there.
Yep.
And he's already chipped up pretty well.
75.
No plan, he plans on stopping either, so. Corey opened it up with 10s. Charles defended out of the big blind with Queen 10 of clubs. Does catch a Queen high flop. Queen 8-4, so Corey definitely going to see bet. Only one overcard out there. Fortunately for him, it did hit Charles's queen.
Not 2 pair, and Charles is going to go ahead and fire out a bet here. Bet of 100. Corey did call. 7 under river. Does complete hearts. Charles can go ahead and fire out a bet of 175.
Might get looked up here.
Yeah, Corey's going to call it off.
Another unorthodox line by Charles. He checked, called the flop, but then decided to lead the turn. Pretty dry turn card. Charles kind of getting max value there. If he would have, I believe if he would have checked the turn, then Corey would have checked it back for pot control.
inclination. Call it experience gone.
Charles chipping up again.
Get a little older.
Slowly but surely trying to get back what he lost to Lexo in the massive hand.
Again, guys, it's a reminder, main event going on right now. Day 1A registration is officially closed, but you can try to register for tomorrow, Day 1B. $1,700 buy-in for our Mystery Bounty event starts at noon. Registration will run until 7:30 tomorrow night. Got 4 players to the flop here. Corey with the set.
And top 2 for Charles. This is going to be a big pot, I think.
Wow, case 6. I just realized that.
Somehow check around this flop and the action slows down on the turn, but we do get a clean turn card. Yeah, both Charles and Corey tried to slow play it. Lexo then somehow knew to check back his ace-jack. Sure, at this point, Lexo probably thinks he has the best hand. And he does put in the raise, assuming he does.
He does put in the raise to 400.
Charles snap calling.
Called it. Wow.
And now Corey's most likely going to put in a raise unless he continues to slow play.
He's going to slow play it. He does put in a call.
Little surprise he does. 2 clubs on board and 2 opponents in the hand.
10 on the river.
Yeah, safe river for Corey and Charles. The only thing Charles is going to be worried about is somebody holding ace-10. You see Charles lead for value. That's 1,000. So Corey, all the options on the table in terms of sizing.
Looks like he's just going to call.
He's trying to invite, maybe he's trying to invite Lexo in to call behind.
Yeah, and heard Lexo go, uh-oh.
Yeah, Lexo, I think, was going to snap call Charles' bet. When you have a plan in your head and then somebody throws a curveball into it, it always makes you kind of have to recalculate. You can see that's what Lexo's doing here. Now he's trying to figure out what either player could have.
Yeah.
It's like, I put at least one of you on a club flush draw.
Very weird lines.
Good fold by Lexo. Obviously, I think he planned on calling Charles's river bet. Lexo gets the good news that he may have dodged a pretty big loss on this hand if it played out differently. But we see Corey scoop a massive pot off of Charles. Everything going the wrong way for Charles as of late.
Well, with that, we're halfway done with tonight's live stream. Let's go ahead and show the stats. Yeah, everybody is up. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Everybody
Corey,
is up.
Well, Hunter was pretty stuck when he got up to leave. So
True, yeah. Yeah, Hunter was stuck quite a bit. Brenda's stuck a bit now, but everyone else, Corey, Don, Lexo, Charles, and Carson are all up over 1,000. Corey up almost 3K.
Yeah, we saw Charles go from up around 6K to only up 1.
Wild.
Big 5K downswing.
Yeah, I mean, that's also part of it, too. And all of Charles's earnings basically got passed around to the table, it appears.
Yeah, it helped get Lexo unstuck, helped get Corey a little bit richer. He was already doing pretty well. A little bit for everybody. Now Lexo waking up with kings. Opens to 35. Don's going to call a small 6 straight suited. Not one to shy away from some very deep stacked action.
Yeah.
Now we have the most in shape heads up pot you've ever seen. Lexo and Donnie, 2 of the most in shape poker players you'll ever meet. See a flush draw for Don. Over pair for Lex. Lex fires out a C-bet near pot size. And the 9-8-8 flop. Don's just going to call with his flush draw.
Queen on the turn.
And 10-9 comes in. Or, sorry, 10-Jack comes in, but not too much else. Lexo's going to check back for pot control.
Now, double paired board.
Yeah, pretty scary run out for Lexo's hands.
Don's on check it.
And Lex does just check back. Really hard for him to get value from anything. Elected just to check back. You can see from the actual hands, obviously, that he wouldn't have gotten another penny out of Don on that one.
I mean, it's different population, like it's different player pool.
And I knew if I bet you
It's
call,
a little bit. I mean, there's a little bit of overlap, not much. But it's hard to get a game going over there too. So. What? No, I don't.
100 from the 16.
It's like
Charles' turn to wake up with a big hand, looking down at Ace King.
if there's no traffic, 35 minutes. If there's traffic, like 45. What's weird there is that they, the way they make the game.
Brenda is the only caller.
Kind of absurd. Like, if you have like 8 people on the 5-10 list, and say there's 5 women 2-5, they'll convert the 2-5 into the 5-10, and then bump the 3 people that were on the list. And then, so that happened twice. We had 2 games going last night.
Charles does get to take it down.
The people who were on the list got bumped because the 2-5 got converted to 5-10. We opened up another 2-5. We converted that game into a 5-10 with still people on the 5-10 list. They got bumped from that.
I don't know what they have. I don't know.
Rates 35 midday. Yeah.
Brenda opening up the 35 first act. Charles wakes up with pocket 9s. Puts in a 3-bet to 100 with him.
Yeah, I didn't trust that it would run last night, so I went to Orange Park because there was.
So yeah, Brenda has the mystery hand. Lexo, King 10 suited, is going to go ahead and make the call.
Brenda's going to call as well.
Yeah, so 3 players. King 10 suited, pocket 9s. Wow, set of 9s for Charles.
A chance for him to get some of them chips back.
But there is all diamonds on the board. Well, Brenda didn't have diamonds. You know that much. Let's let it go.
Back-to-back pots for Charles. Neither one very large.
I mean, hold them. I don't know. They have pretty big games there.
Yeah, I mean, they do play some big games.
Like, I saw some. We'll see. I mean,
Again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. I know we're 6-handed right now, but like I said, with the tournament that is pretty close to wrapping up soon, I do assume some of those players are probably going to trek their way over here to the 5-10 table. There is a 10-25 no-limit game going on as well that's taking place upstairs. So there might be some people coming in, maybe signing up for that game, but we'll come over here to play 5-10 in the meantime while waiting for a 10-25 spot.
You guys are blind?
Yeah. He said that he wasn't going to be playing at OP.
Rates 40.
Don gets to open up with ace-4 suited.
I don't know if he was saying that one.
Carson's going to call with 8-7 suited.
Thank you, Charles.
Until Mikey moved forward. Yeah, I think. But he's moving to Tampa here soon.
Corey called as well. We're off to a queen 9 deuce flop. So Corey with the best hand right now, middle pair.
around 1 or 2, or 12 or 1.
I didn't realize there's more ways.
Better actually here than there. Yeah, almost. Especially on the night. I mean, big tournament here.
Yeah.
So many big games.
I see everybody continue to the turn for 25. Ace comes on the turn for Don.
a better class.
What's the big tournament tomorrow?
This one is a state 2.
Yeah, they got a
State
set.
day 1.
Don is going to lead with that pair of aces. Both players quickly fold.
11 people left.
Don takes it down.
Close to the 12.5%, right?
Kelly's still in there.
Yes. Kelly? I thought it was last time.
Yeah, ace 5 against ace 6. At ace 6, he had ace 5.
Running good, man.
Huh?
Kelly's been running good in tournaments lately.
So much runs big.
You guys have a blind? Raise here, 30 from 9.
He runs outside, he runs.
Call Carson to open it up with Jack-9 suited. Corey calls ace-6 in position. Charles calls out of the small blind with 7-5. Don's going to get out of the way out of the big. So it'll be 3 ways to a flop. Comes Jack-4 deuce. Top pair for Carson. He is going to c-bet. Relatively small c-bet size. And it's going to take it down.
I don't think I'll even get the must move. But also don't think I'm ready to play 50-100 if I ever do get on the game. Yeah. Oop, that's true. Gotcha. That's very true.
Conklin.
Looks like it's getting around to the blinds.
Yeah, especially with how
Don does raise it up to 35 out of the small. Carson going to defend from the big. Actually has a monster hand, pocket 8s. Big hand for this situation. Don flops top pair plus gut shot to 7-5. Backdoor clubs as well as it came 5-4 tray, rainbow 1 club. Carson with the overpair, just calls. Turn ace. Might slow both players down. Don does check, Carson checks behind. Now king on the river. Pretty gross run out for both players' hands.
Some players, I'm sure.
Sure enough, action goes check, check. Carson is going to take this one down, though, with his pair of 8s. Beating out Don's 5s. So, small pot going Carson's way, away from Don.
If I play?
Yeah.
I don't know. Depends on what other people will. I'm actually thinking about
Again, do thank everybody for tuning in tonight.
Since I'm not a shoe-in for this, I'll probably
Coming to you live on the Best Bet live stream.
this bullshit.
That's what I was thinking.
Live cash game action from Jacksonville. 5-10 no limit game being streamed tonight.
I honestly don't think I'll be in that game.
Game will go till about 11 p.m. And we'll be back again tomorrow for a big 10:25 game.
John,
Which, if you heard them talking about it just a little bit ago on the table, they were saying should maybe escalate quickly, turn into a little bit deeper of a 25-50, maybe even 50-100 type action tomorrow night. And that action kicks off around 6 p.m. tomorrow.
oh, you know what else is going to play in that game? Top. That guy Top.
oh, the guy that was it playing last week?
Yep.
I'm running so bad.
Shit, I was on the
So Mario, Russ, and Todd have never really played together.
Oh, that's gonna be wild.
Yeah.
That's gonna be wild.
Wow. Todd has no idea about Mario. He knows he's heard from Todd.
Mario's heard about Todd?
I'm sorry, no.
Todd's heard about Mario.
No, neither of them know anything about each other.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome.
50 or 50. But he hasn't heard of...
While Don's telling the story, he wakes up with pocket aces here.
So, Russ has heard.
Charles with the original opener does put in the call. Don's 3-bet.
Rest of Mario played good, right?
Flop comes king high. Could be disaster for Charles.
150 from 7.
Don puts out a 150 c-bet. Charles quickly puts in the call with his top pair. Turn 8 of diamonds. Adds a second flush draw on board.
Check 6, check 7.
Action goes check, check. And River King's going to bail Charles out.
Check 6.
Gross river for Don. You can see Don wants to put in a value bet,
And check 7.
but checks it back.
I knew it.
Good, good restraint by Don.
Sean, you want to get your picture real quick?
That's a sigh of relief.
shake of the head.
Not my first day.
I actually burnt my ring.
You burnt your angles. You want it in the big one?
He gave it to you.
Okay, you are.
Anybody unaware
That's so
what
much
Don was
money.
talking about pre-flop on that hand? He was talking about some of the bigger action players on tomorrow night's lineup.
See if you're lying.
You'll see.
2 of them have never been at the same table together, so it could certainly create some big fireworks.
Wow.
Referencing one of our newer players, Todd, who's on the aggressive side of things,
I think you have this chicken.
as well as Mario, who's a
Yeah.
seasoned veteran when it comes to aggression.
All right, 5K behind these. Hit my boat.
5K or 500?
That was 5K. Am I wrong? 500. Oh, 500. Sorry, my bad. Stop it. 5K, here we go. He's going to be first. He's got the one.
So like Country said, day 1A of our main event is wrapping up. That's why we're going to see players probably hopping in
We have black chips back there. That helps.
to the cash games as a result after they finish their bag and tag.
You got it? You can do one of them.
Everybody's get situated. Carson just looks down at pocket queens.
Conklin. Compton. 3 players. It's not a one. Just one of them.
After Carson's open, we saw Brenda and Charles call. Both Brenda and Charles flop a pair. Brenda middle pair.
The 3-seater.
Charles top pair. King 5 tray, and
Thank you. It is one.
Carson's holding queens. Like Charles is going to lead out with his top pair. Queen kicker. Carson's going to call for 100.
Brenda Fish plays there a lot.
Bread?
Looks like Brenda came along for that price as well. So still 3 ways to a turn. Comes another king.
Sean, you owe me Tampa and Lion Miners change for the playing where? Check 4. Does it? 250 from C6. You haven't played there yet, Alex?
No.
Kind of a hole in the wall, but
Charles lead again, and
it is. But it goes,
Carson
it's like
puts in the call.
like once you walk in, it's deep.
Yeah, I like to check out different
expands.
River 4 clubs.
Decent action.
I don't know why other people
Charles yet again leading with his king.
really good.
Carson thinks better of it, lets it go. Does not pay off the river bet. Nonetheless, Charles gets to take down a decent sized pot with king 6.
One thing I don't like about there is the parking lot.
Yeah.
That's sketchy ass.
You do see Carson's queens get cracked.
It's got a dollar change.
Unfortunate for
They
him.
got security, but half the time they inside. I've had some windows broke out and stuff like that, but I mean, I don't think you ever had any amount wrong with the parking lot. But I mean, it's just the security. I guess anywhere's like that.
You see Carson put in a pre-flop raise again. Taking it 30 to go this time.
Call 3. Anybody want black chip?
Both blinds are going to call.
Change coming. 37, I guess. Check.
So an ace king at deuce flop. Rainbow board. And Brenda's going to open shove. Carson's going to put in the call.
One time there, set room.
They decide to run it one time. They turn queen, river 4, both spades. Carson shows an ace. Brenda went and hit the gutter ball on the turn, making Broadway. Brenda's going to get a double up with a fortunate turn card, to say the least.
Man, one time as if she just knew it.
That was sick.
Brenda, you're my hero.
$90 pot, all in 500, straight on the turn.
And one time.
See the future. Isn't Sean just the big guy, or was it a hand player? Where's your button at over there on the computer? 2 seats. I thought I mentioned this. Is he the small? No, I'm okay. You played 2 hands already?
Yeah,
Alright, well, the computer's messing up. Raise 30 from now.
All right, third hand in a row. We're going to see Carson open it up pre-flop. This time with Jack-9 suited. And only Brenda calls. She's back for more blood against Carson on this hand. She does outflop him. Here, check it over. Carson put in a C-bet. Brenda is going to call with that middle pair of 8s. Turn is a board pair and king, and now Brenda leads. Carson thinking about it, but lets it go, and Brenda takes down another pot. Off of Carson again. Starting to think she might be picking on him a little bit. Obviously not the case from the hands we've seen.
Did you fire out, Sean?
Not today.
You gotta do it tomorrow. Maybe.
Tomorrow's out of there. Yeah.
Probably tomorrow. Probably.
2. Raise 35 from C3.
And now our newest player at the table, Sean. He's going to make it 35 to go with his pocket 10s. Charles going to call a small blind with Queen Jack suited. And Don is going to call ace-5 from the big. We get a 10-6-5 flop, so top set for Sean. There's that little $50 bet, and Charles is going to call with the 2 overs. Plus a lot of backdoor draws, including clubs and straights. Don's going to call for that price with bottom pair. See a 7 on the turn. Doesn't improve Charles or Don in any way. Sean now betting for value with his top set, and unfortunately for him, both players have to let it go pretty quickly. But welcome to the table, Sean. Here's a top set for you. Always a nice welcome.
25?
Actually, 50. Straddle from the 1 seat.
We can try 25.
Let's try 25.
I'll do 50 blind.
Raise 50. You know it's dead, right?
Yeah.
Just check.
Blind.
So both figuratively and literally, Lexo puts in the blind 50. We see the table agree to a round of $25 straddles.
You can always double barrel, right?
300 from the 7. Hold 9.
I even had the triple straddle. I had a 200 on one time.
Well, I'll tell you what, we will radio and make sure we can.
Got around to Don, who got to put in a big raise with ace-8 suited.
See if we can double straddle.
And Charles defends from the button with 10-9.
I feel like we did before.
We did it last week, last Saturday.
I mean, I wouldn't have done it.
Don with the best hand right now.
Last time I played here, they allowed
Middle 8s. Charles with the best body language right now, looking quite happy and fulfilled with the fried rice. Like Lamar says in the chat, that does look delicious.
Isn't this a private game, technically? No.
Don,
Can you get your picture real quick?
just take it down. Good little pop for
I
Don
don't
there.
think so. Maybe it is. No. How about, like, the live stream is technically a private game.
I mean, you can sign up front.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay. Hey Ryan, thank you. Can they double straddle here? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
So yet again, we saw Don take down a little pot. It's good for everybody in the YouTube. Case for somebody out there unaware, Don does a 5% giveaway of his winnings should he win when he plays in these live stream games.
321.
We shall see.
Always goes out to one random YouTube watcher. Why Don is a fan favorite. I'm sure we have quite a few Lexo fans out there tuning in, watching him as well, but
Like the big.
usually tends in Don's direction.
Jeremy told me. That's the boy's name.
It's like it's almost like 6. Who's at the table?
Yeah.
What the fucking wow. It's so dumb.
This will be on your blog.
His name is Cal.
Cal?
Grappling, we got anything fun?
Yeah, we're trying to get the straddle go on.
What do we do? Nope. Nobody's forcing anybody to do anything. Especially anything I don't
Text
want.
him now.
I won't force her to do anything. If she doesn't want to do it. Most of us are trying to do at least a $25 shot. Cool. I'm sure to hang out.
I'll you up on the, you'll be able to watch it later on the YouTube.
Call 3? Raise 100 from.
Yeah, I watch your blog.
Yeah, thank you. Good job.
Now Charles, after finishing up some dinner, wakes up with pocket kings, makes it 100 to go.
Okay. How far have I drive? 3.
Don with ace jack puts him to call. Corey ace jack as well. Sean one set money with 4s.
Right outside of home.
We get a 10-6 deuce flop. Charles kings are still well and good.
You gotta do home games or no?
Puts out a nice size bet, and everybody's going to quickly let it go. And the kings hold for Charles this time around.
One time with the king, right side.
I think he's still down on the night with pocket kings after a massive cooler we had about an hour ago between him and Lexo.
I've never been.
In case anybody missed it, I'm sure it'll be in Lexo's vlog later. Lexo hits quads against Charles. And Charles had an overpair to the board
Cherokee from here is like
with kings, had to pay it off. Just in case somehow nobody is aware, Lexo, there in our 2 seat, somewhat popular YouTube vlogger. He's located out of South Florida. Sneaks up here to Jacksonville once in a while, play on the live stream.
What? So I'm getting him in a game tomorrow to cards tomorrow.
Speaking of Lexo, looking down at ace 10.
You'll get your money back.
He put in a 3-bet with it after we saw Carson open from the button. Corey put in a call from the small. Lexo puts in the squeeze and he gets to take it down uncontested.
It's the same people every time you get it. Well, I guess that's what you're saying.
We have a straddle from 2-4. Race 50 from 6.
Straddle, right? Double straddle?
Well, what are we doing?
It's better to ask for forgiveness than for
Yeah,
asking
it's
permission.
sweet. I think we've done it twice, more than twice here.
That's why I was
2
asking.
games,
I mean, I'm assuming yes, it's allowed for a double straddle.
I was told no, but I don't know. Do you guys know that it's allowed?
He'll get his
I put the
option.
quadruple on.
Here, Ryan's gonna tell us right now.
Raise 125 from the 1 seat. I quadruple.
I'm just letting you know, I've heard no from Tommy once, and yes from Sage once. And then in a bigger game for 25, 50, or 100, you can do
Can't be
whatever the fuck
anything
you
bad
want
about
to.
it,
Yeah.
right?
I remember I had the quadruple straddle on last Saturday. And the 3-bet the 8. Just checking.
Now Corey with the pocket kings.
Try to remember your phone.
Lexo is going to outflop him with an ace.
We definitely had the 25 on.
Charles
50, didn't
flopped
have to-
open-ended though and decides to lead right out for 100.
But luckily they did give me the option.
Another unorthodox
I did
line
blind raise it, but
out of Charles.
pretty much just straight.
It actually does pot control, both players only putting in the call. But now turn 9 of hearts. Does not improve Charles to a straight. He puts in the check after Lex checks. We're going to see Corey now fire from the button with his kings. That's 275. Looks like Lex may have to call for this price. Obviously, still a little bit worried with a player behind. We do see Charles put in the call, so it's still 3 ways going to a river. And it comes the deuce of hearts. Charles makes the 6-high straight. It did bring backdoor hearts in, and everybody checks around.
What do you have? Jesus Christ. God damn, how did you do it?
What else do you think he has? Of course he makes it.
You get lucky.
Jeez, so many straights.
Lucky. I lost 32. I lost 4 grand in on 1 hand. I won a consolation prize.
I wouldn't love. That was poor decision.
Poor decision. You think you could have folded?
Why do you think I checked at the end when you did the? I knew you binked your king against me.
You're on a
Like, it was my turn. It was just my turn.
Oh man, what the heck's going on? Never taken and given.
For now. Yeah, I can't strike.
There we go.
25.
Because it'll change next week. Tomorrow's gonna change.
Let's
I
get that
promise
right.
you.
What happened?
Yes, we can. I need to get that for sure. One.
So we can't.
For now.
For now.
Next week is gonna change.
I told you guys.
So for now, 3 ways to a flop where Charles gets the flop top pair with his ace-jack. Action does check around. Brenda improves to a pair of 5s on the turn.
Right. Yeah.
Now 9 on the river, pairs the board. Charles with the best hand. But Brendo leads. Charles pretty quickly calls. Has to call with an ace. Charles gets to take it down. Steve over in chat asking, is Best Bet locations the only casinos in Florida? No. There's quite a few different areas we can go gamble in this state. We happen to have 3 different rooms in Northeast Florida. A couple different options to choose from in this area. But they're all over the state. Also especially Tampa and Miami. Miami being the home of Lexo there in the 2-seat. Pretty popular YouTube vlogger. Plays a lot at the Hard Rock down in Fort Lauderdale area, as well as a few other rooms down that way. We're going to get an update on the chip counts here. We see Charles is still back up the most after taking down a few pots. Corey, Don, Lexo all up a healthy amount. Carson's up 600. John pretty new to the table, as well as Blake. They're dead even. Now we're also going to see the V-pip again. Sean and Blake new to the table, but everybody else 30 plus, except for Charles, mashing the leaderboard on the V-pip, 60%.
Do we just pay? Do we just pay? Okay. Can you play for it?
Looks like Carson's getting ready to take his leave as well. So, good news is we do have a list now. More of the players that were playing in the tournament have been eliminated. Did see now we're down to 10 players in our day 1, flight A, of our $1,700 mystery bounty main event.
They're getting closer and closer to day 2. The remaining players, that is.
I'm almost as tan as you, Don.
I mean, you're getting it.
I see Cox in the game now.
I don't think I'll
Must have just joined the table a little bit ago.
if I go on a couple cruises.
Was that secret? You gotta go on the cruise?
Also, a new player in seat 8.
Straddle.
I don't know his name yet.
I already looked at my card. Next
I
time.
believe it's listed as Blake.
Blake, okay. Oh, now we get an Alice joining the game. So Alice is going to hop in and take that seat.
Oh boy, I don't remember.
Saw her on last week's live stream as well.
Of course, in that hand that was boat over boat with Todd.
Yeah. Oh, she got boat over boated a few times that night, actually.
Yeah.
Have enough room for all the chips in her.
5, Jack, 6 flop. Charles's ace is in the lead. Oh, we're at the river already. 4 spades on the board. That explains why it went check the entire way.
Yeah, but imagine under normal circumstances, Lexo may have gone for a bluff there, but Charles has not been your normal opponent tonight, so play a little bit more cautiously against him.
Keep hitting straights on the river.
Again, guys, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We've got a couple hours left in the stream. Of course, everyone keeping an eye on Don. Someone could potentially win 5% of Don's earnings. We'll be doing a roll for that soon.
Use the flop game, I know.
Raise 35.
What are you playing, Alice?
Alice making her presence known firsthand, opening it up. Making it 35 to go with the king queen.
Call 1, call 2, 3.
I got a couple of callers.
Tray 7 tray flop. Actually would have been good for Don's 7 deuce if he was still in. 5 on the turn.
All 3 players with king high. River ace will probably kill the action as well. And Alice's king queen is going to take it down. Nice soft welcome to the table for Alice.
How I keep the hand? No, I'm part Puerto Rican. So now don't you feel awkward. Still the same. I play a lot of beach volleyball, and I live at the beach. So
I feel like all these things help.
yeah, they help. It's not so much the live stream lights necessarily.
Can't hurt.
Guys talking about Don's tan. He said it wasn't from the live stream lights.
We're trying to get there.
From the beach.
And I
This
have.
man raising
Plays a lot of volleyball.
Straddle in the 9.
Does Don.
That's what the game is.
call 2, 3, 4.
It's like, yeah.
I'll try.
100.
Oh, man, I just tried.
Charles raised it up to 100 with pocket 7s from the button. Don looks down at trays. He's going to call from the small. Hope to hit a set.
And
But
Alice, I
unfortunately,
think,
before he can, Alice puts in a 3-bet.
600, ace queen offsuit. Pretty hefty 3-bet, considering too.
Should know better.
Charles pretty quickly called.
Yep, and Don let it go. 5-5 ace.
Alice catching ace high flop. Great for her hand. Does go with a small c-bet, trying to eke out some value from a hand like what Charles is holding.
Ends up a 9 on the turn. Deuce on the river.
Check. Yeah, deuce river. Deuce on the that check on the turn might get some value for Alice.
She does bet 1,200, and Alice is going to scoop up this pot.
Charles not falling for that trap apparently. Lets it go very quickly.
Well, Alice just joined the table, and she's already up over 1,000.
100% of luck.
It's that easy, you know.
Yeah, it's just.
I don't think it was a bluff.
I would snap there with my 5.
Where's the aces? Straddle. Let's see.
Call 2. Call 3. 4, 6. 7. Check.
So got all the way around the blinds in this straddle pot. It's going to be a 3-way limp pot.
7-4 tray flop.
Yeah, Blake with a gut shot. Let's flat backdoor diamonds. Alice with bottom pair and backdoor clubs. Corey with 9 high. Backdoor 2 pair. Not much going for him. But Instead, he is going to turn his hand into a bluff. I mean, only one way to win this pot with 9 high.
Does get a deuce on the river.
Yeah, got Alice to fold the tray, and he is going to river Blake, but Blake, obviously knowing that his 8 high is no good, is going to bluff at this one now.
And Corey lets it go, so Blake is the one that ends up taking that pot.
So they both turn and river, only the worst hand bet, you know?
Yeah.
Can't hear you, Alice. Speak up. For you? I know. You want to trade?
Straddle. 60 calls. Hold 7.
It's around to Blake after Charles limped in. He is going to open up to 125 with pocket 6s. Probably trying to isolate the limper, but instead Lexo is going to call from the straddle with pocket 5s. Charles going nowhere with his 10-8. Comes along to a 3-way king-king tray flop. Now we see Charles turn the best hand. Lexo is going to lead, thinking his 5s are good after it checked around on that flop. Not many times you're going to see your opponent holding an 8 with a pre-flop raise.
Are you in that?
Fortunately for Lexo, Charles did turn the 8. Blake is going to get out of there. It'll just be Lex and Charles to the river. Comes an ace. Action quickly goes check, check. Neither player really loving that ace. We're going to see Charles take down another small pot from Lex. Seen, in terms of quantity, Charles has been pretty big thorn in Lexo's side tonight, taking down a ton of those medium and small pots. Fortunately for Lexo, he got the best of them in the biggest of the hands they played with the big quads hand he had earlier.
Straddle 3-seat. Chase auto that hand. That's yours. Straddle 3-seat.
So this has kind of been the theme. We're going to see the straddle on this hand yet again. Seen it back on for a little while. And an on again, off again relationship with a $25 straddle tonight in this game. Don's going to make it 75 to go with his ace-10. Another situation where we saw Charles limp in. Don bumping it up. Probably hoping to take it heads up. Instead we see Sean call the straddle with 6 tray suited. Flop comes down king 5-4. 2 diamonds on board. Action checked around. Neither Sean nor Charles bet. Sean flopped open-ended. Charles flopped bottom pair. Went bet call on this turn card, and now Sean rivers the straight, hitting a 7. Rides the lead, about a pot-sized bet. And so Charles does not want to go bluff catching with bottom pair and lets it go. So Sean scooping another pot. I believe that's the second significant pot we've seen him take down since he's gotten to the table. Has not had to show down in either scenario. My knowledge is either, so everybody probably still trying to feel him out.
Yeah, auto that one. Yeah, it's in the 1 seat this time though. Nice work, Brownie.
I wanted to play.
Hold 4, hold 6. Hold 7.
In the action, fold all the way around to Alice. She is going to bump it up. Got 5 trays suited, late position. Only Sean is going to call from the big blind. Now an ace 6-4 flop. Sean with top pair with his ace jack. Alice flops open-ended in a really disguised way.
Which one's me? The guy in the white shirt?
And Sean checked it over. Alice put out a continuation bet. And Sean puts in a check raise to 100. See Alice put in the call. And the turn is a 4 of diamonds pairing the board. Sean checks it over. Alice goes for a small bet, remaining 75. Trying to take control of this hand should she miss her draw. River is a queen. Does brick out for Alice. Let's see if she decides to go for the bluff here. Thinks better of it, checks back. Fortunate for her, because I don't think Sean was going to lay it down. We do see Sean taking another pot. Alice almost getting her hand caught in the cookie jar. Should she have fired at that river, for sure Sean would have snap called.
Yeah, I want to be one of
I'll remind you next time.
I want to be 25.
Always
No,
straddle?
I always want to
Yeah,
straddle.
sure.
50,
Fold
every
7,
time
fold
I
8,
say I'm not.
150 and a 9, fold 1. Fold 2.
So Charles bump it up to 50 from under the gun. Alice pretty quickly puts in a 3-bet. Alice holding Jack 9 suited. Flop comes down King, Queen, 4, or 2 spades. So gut shot for Alice. No flush draw for either player. Charles ace high is still the best hand right now. He does call Alice's continuation bet. Action goes check check on a 9 of spades turn. 7 of clubs on the river. It looks like Charles is going to lead this river card. Alice replaying the action in her head, seeing if she can sniff out a bluff. Be a pretty light call here. Obviously, front door flush came in, as well as Jack 10 for the straight. And a king or queen has her beat as well. And we see Alice let it go. So she kind of smelt something in the air, though. Didn't want to let it go right away, even on a scary board.
So Charles getting another bluff through.
Yep, seeing some unorthodox lines. That was another one by him. It's kind of thrown some people off tonight.
Is that yours, Doug?
What happened?
Yeah.
So guys, quick tournament update. 11 players remain in day 1A. Saw 57 entries for today. The start of our $1,700 mystery bounty main event.
10. Ace of diamonds.
Again, 300K guaranteed in the prize pool for that tournament. And then bounty pools are going to range anywhere from $500 to $50K.
All the live bounty pools coming to you on Sunday.
It's going to be a full day. We're going to be starting right at noon and then going until we have the final 9 decided for the final table on Monday at 2 o'clock. So 10 on the turn for Corey. Sean is open-ended with his pair of 8s.
Sean does hit the straight on the river.
He does.
300.
And with a straight on board, Corey is going to be put to a weird test as Sean bets. Is your opponent bluffing, knowing that they're playing the board as well as you? Decides to look him up, hoping to chop this one up, but so Sean does take it down.
Yep.
You didn't want that 7 to come out.
So good river size bet there from Sean to get Corey to call, hoping for the chop. Getting max value. Always a good feeling.
Yeah, again, guys, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. It's 5-10 no limit hold'em game. Got about an hour and 40 minutes left in the live stream tonight.
Fold 7. Call 4, fold 7. Actions on 8, fold 8, call.
So we're gonna have 3 players here: Ace Trey versus King Deuce versus King 8. 10 Queen Deuce. Corey nut flush for him.
He's going to get a little bit of value from Brenda, calling for her straight draw on the turn.
Yeah, the straight completes for Brenda. It's a 4th spade though. She does call it.
She does call the river. Corey gets to take down a nice sized pot with his nut flush. Corey chipping up again.
Quick reminder, guys, don't forget tomorrow night, 10:25 no limit hold'em cash game. We'll have that live stream going around 6:15 tomorrow night. No live stream on Saturday because, again, as we mentioned earlier, we will be streaming on Sunday for our feature table of our Mystery Bounty main event that will be taking place. Every player will be a bounty. Every player will be in the money. Sean raised it. Ace King. Blake 3-bet it. Brenda is all in with Jack 9 on the button here, so got 3 players, 1 all in. Nine deuce 7 flop, all clubs. Miss Brenda does catch a 9.
Yeah, with a dry side pot, neither player is going to bluff at that board.
10 on the turn. Oh, and the king comes on the river.
Sean rivering the best hand does take it down.
I knew that king would be.
Tough, tough, tough. That's going to be into Brenda's night. She's going to call it a night. That's a tough one. Gets rivered. The king gets there for Sean.
Just as a reminder, like Country was talking about, we're in the midst of that main event. There are flights going at noon tomorrow and noon on Saturday. $1,700 buy-in in this event. $300K guaranteed in the prize pool. Wouldn't be surprised if it sniffs $500,000, maybe even more. Especially after how crazy event 1 was, mashing the guarantee.
Brian, the one with the glasses next to him. He's a goat, man. Brian Arbaugh. Goat. Best for the best.
Bowling Dude, I don't necessarily do chip counts
That's the truth.
for our cash games. What I'll do is show who's up the most and who's down the most. You can see their chip counts though on the graphics. And mainly for our cash game, we show the V pips in and who's up. But you see those numbers where Charles is 43.65. That's close to what he has as far as his chip stack is concerned. Same for Don. Alice going to raise it to 150 with King Queen offsuit in the big blind. Corey's already made the call. Blake's going to go ahead and get out of there. But we'll do a stat check here in the next dealer change. Queen, Jack, 5 flop. So Alice catches a queen. Corey, though, open-ended. Alice likes to check it. Corey's going to check it back. 7 on the turn.
Seat open, Nikki. Tell him. 300.
I think Nikki's already playing the 10-25 game upstairs.
Right there with his Hawaiian shirt.
Like Corey's got to run the math, see if it's worth calling here with his open ender.
Well, it's basically a pot-sized bet, right? Yeah, so Alice does take it down. Corey lets it go.
Yeah. That's why she sizes up there, denies some equity to straight draws, flush draws, very wet board.
Jimmy, if you're trying to enter the mystery bounty on Sunday, it's not going to work. Because day 1C, which is Sunday, is the final day to try and qualify for Sunday. So you have to actually qualify by playing in either day 1A, which was today, day 1B, which is tomorrow, or day 1C, which is Saturday. Sunday is our feature day with everyone that qualifies. So you have to play either Friday or Saturday and try to qualify to be able to make the feature day on Sunday. And again, it's a $1,700 buy-in. But again, there's no buy-in for Sunday. You have to play either Friday or Saturday and then fade the field and qualify to play on Sunday. Meanwhile, Alice 3-bet pocket 5s, and Don.
Alice is trying to fade the field with a light 3-bet here, but
yeah, and Don immediately puts the pressure on with the 4-bet.
It's very predictable. She's going to 3-bet me there. 100%. What's that? It's like clockwork with her. With me, I know what she pegs me as.
Also, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us again. Thank you so much. Just recently, we hit 9,000 subscribers on our channel, and then check it today. We're over 9,100 subscribers now on our YouTube channel. So we are getting closer and closer to 10,000 subscribers on our channel. Talking with the powers to be, we're going to try to put together a pretty cool giveaway for when we do hit 10,000 subscribers.
25 and 50. Hold 7 and 8. 150 in the 9. Call 1. Hold 2 and 3. 150. Call.
did see Alice raise this one up pre-flop. Both Charles and Corey called. Even though she 3-bet the last hand, Alice is not one to get deterred too easily. Gonna keep playing her game. We saw Charles bet this flop and take it down.
say Charles has definitely had a. He's been a very interesting player to watch on this live stream. He's taken a lot of different lines, and as you mentioned, pretty unorthodox as well.
Yeah, definitely seen a few things that you don't think would work, but they always seem to work out for him.
But yeah, you did say last round.
So I'll tell you, I'm not sure.
So straddle 6, fold 7, 8, raise 100 and 9.
I'm waiting on this one.
That's a 6 fold.
Here we see Alice back at it, opening it up pre-flop, 9-7 suited.
Wow, out. Flop Charles dead. Charles calls.
And this is where the unorthodox might get him in trouble.
Check 6.
See him trying to make a possible move here against Alice. We have seen her very active pre-flop, continuation betting a lot.
Hard to win.
And then Alice overbets the pot.
Yeah, he raises the white flag to an overbet.
Have you guys ever played the...
Basically said,
like,
yeah, you're good.
Game here?
I have yet to. They have played it before. I just don't like to stand up.
No, yeah. You don't have to stand
I'll
up.
play it, but I like to.
You could do it with like buttons.
Yeah, let's play it, but not stand. Exactly.
All right, so hour and a half left in the live stream. Let's go ahead and show the stats as we have that much time left. And that's the way things look. Charles is still up a bit.
But I would do it.
Got that big pot earlier when,
I don't want to.
of course, he had his kings, and then when he completed the straight against Corey earlier. So that's where all of his winnings have kind of come from there. Don up a lot too. Blake only stuck a little bit. Hunter and Brenda were stuck quite a bit. That's where a lot of those earnings came from earlier in the live stream. We'll show the V-pips after this hand. Alice going to bump it up to 75, king 8 suited.
2 board? I do 2 board. Papa?
Now it's just a matter of size for Don. He wakes up with pocket aces.
Yeah.
After half the table called, Alice is open.
Yes.
Wow, and then Don 3-bets
real
it.
big.
Yeah, 3-bets at 525.
Yeah,
Charles,
trying to make
let's
it
go.
look a little bluffy since it was so multi-way. Fortunately for him, everybody was on the lighter side of things.
And then
There we
here's a
see
look
the
at the V.
V-pips.
Yep.
Alice takes over the leaderboard.
Listen,
Charles
she got
owned
it.
it all night.
She got into the table and was just firing immediately. As Alice. But yeah, that's the way the V-pips look. There's an hour and a half left of the live stream.
Can we do deal?
We will be doing a roll potentially for Don's earnings. And Don giving 5% of his earnings away to a lucky viewer.
I believe it.
Tell you what, we'll do that right at 10 o'clock.
I've already accepted that.
100%.
So about 15 minutes from now, we'll do the roll. Now, I do want to preface it that this is not an official best bet giveaway. This is something that Don likes to do when he plays on the live stream. He likes to give back to the people watching and everything. So this is something that Don likes to do. This is not an official best bet giveaway. So I want to go ahead and make make that clear, as there are 4 players at a flop here.
And Blake flopping a bottom pair plus flush draw. Don and Lexo both with gut shots, straight draws. You do see those. You do see Lexo and Blake head up to the turn.
Yeah, so flush does complete for Blake. However, Lexo does have the jack of clubs, not the board pairs.
A brick run out for Lex. After the action checked on the turn, Blake's going to lead. It's pretty quickly folding jack high. Yeah, see Blake scoop a pot. Chip away at some of those losses. We saw that he was down a little bit.
Yeah, again, guys, we'll be doing that roll at 10 o'clock. I'll be giving a keyword to you, and then you type in that keyword in the YouTube chat.
That's actually what he did last time.
Kimberly asks, how do you sign up for the live stream games? On our website, bestbetjacks.com. You just go to our website, click on the poker tab, then go to live stream, and you'll see the live stream schedule, followed by a sign up. And you can sign up for any of those games on our live stream through the website. Ace-5 king flop. So Charles has a gut shot and a flush draw.
His gut shot would give Don a set. Fortunately for Don, it won't come to that.
Nope.
Charles has the flop, and both players let it go.
Again, Big 10-25 game
You guys know that Moneymaker's
going on.
Daytona playing in the stream. Yeah. Yeah, they have the ACR thing for some series that he's running. Yeah. Thank you. But he's playing cash in their Daytona.
Is that tonight?
The dealer said tonight and
25 to there.
You're going to Orange City, right? You should
Yeah.
stop in.
Yeah. I wonder what they got going on.
Steal his thunder, his limelight.
Blake waking up with pocket jacks to open things up from the small blind. Corey looks down at 8 in the straddle. He's going to call.
Ace-9 deuce flop.
Small c-bet from Blake here. Looks like Corey is going to let it go. Back-to-back pots for Blake.
I don't know why every time I see Blake now, I always want to say Balake.
More exotic that way, you know.
Have you ever seen the Key and Peele skit with the substitute teacher? That's a good one. All right, Ace-King suited for Charles. Was there a straddle?
Yeah, I think they pretty much made it mandatory at this point.
Yeah, Lexo did straddle under the gun. Whoa, 3-bet from Charles now to 325. So called the straddle and then 3-bets it once it gets back to him. Pretty strong move. Lexo is going to call. Ace tray 8 flop.
That's going to be an action flop.
Yikes. Pair of aces for Charles. Flush draw for Lexo.
Looks like Lexo is weighing the option between check raise and call there.
6 on the turn now. Lexo open-ended. On top of having his flush draw.
Adding in some more outs.
Yeah. Charles betting 500 here.
Yeah. Definitely a pretty good price for Lexo to call.
Oh man, complete blank on the river.
Yep, Charles with the best hands. Pulled the whole way. Lexo had all the outs in the world, bricked them all.
Tough, tough, tough.
So another big pot between Lexo and Charles. It's going to go Charles's way.
I'm actually glad I didn't fire today, Sean.
And it's been an all-night sort of thing, aside from the one enormous pot that Lexo got from him. Everything else is pretty much running out for Charles.
Really? That's probably the worst possible feeling I could imagine. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's true. But that's, I think the field would be better tomorrow and Saturday.
Here we see a walk. Rarely seen straddle walk.
That's true.
So I don't know if it's a disadvantage to play today or not. I thought about it from the way down. I was thinking this is race too. I don't flush.
Huh?
You're straddle there.
Flush draw?
Combo straddle.
Well, I guess I'm glad I didn't hit a club.
No, I'm just kidding.
Candyman Joe says Lexo at best bet. My North and South Florida worlds collide. How you doing, Joe? Hopefully doing well.
Yeah, poker can be fickle like that. Sometimes you head to a poker room halfway across the country and run into people you know. That's happened to me a couple times.
Charles immediately firing out a bet 100.
Yeah,
Don misses. Had the flush draw on that turn.
Complete brick on the river. Don's going to put in the light called ace high, trying to pick off a bluff and get the bad news. Not this time.
Thank you.
Another one of those small pots getting pushed Charles' way.
Hey guys, once again in about 5 minutes we will start doing the roll for Don's earnings, 5%.
Get ready to type some keyword.
Still got to figure out what I want the keyword to be. Got to try to figure out something creative.
Check 6. Check 7.
How the ace is going to play for Corey.
Yep, ace high good.
Ace high is good.
Race 75 and C9.
All right, Alice is going to bump it to 75. Sean's going to go ahead and call with 10-7 suited.
Charles came along with his ace 4. Blake called out of the straddle for only 50 more.
Ace 5-6 flop.
Top pair for Charles. Everybody checks around.
25-6.
8 on turn gives Sean a gut shot now.
Actually open-ended for Sean.
Race 200%.
We see him use this as a spot semi-bluff with his straight draw. Feeling some weakness out of his opponents, but Charles did put in the call with his pair of aces. That's a gut shot, should have 7 come out.
Deuce on the river though, complete blank. However,
Yeah.
Sean is going to go ahead and put out the bet.
It's going to work. Takes it down. Bluffing Charles. Sean's, I think, the first person to do so tonight. Bluff Charles out of the hand. I haven't seen too many people be able to get that through Charles this evening, so take notes. How did Sean do it?
Race 75-3. Race 200-6.
Sean opened it up, and Charles puts in the 3-bet with queens. Looks like it's going to be these two heads up to a flop. Sean holding Jack-9 suited. Flop comes Jack high. Jack-8-6, all clubs. Charles is holding the queen of clubs. Sean with top pair. Five of hearts gives a gut shot to Sean.
No more outs to work with.
330. No, wait.
Charles does bet 330. 430, excuse me.
Sean is going to call again. He's want to fold his top pair and straight draw.
Oh,
Straight
wow.
comes in.
Man, Sean is hitting all of his straights.
He checked it over to Charles, hoping to get him to bluff or fire a big bet, but instead Charles snap checked back his queens.
Wow, wow, wow.
Thinking that was a bad run out for my hand. But Sean getting the best of Charles 2 hands in a row. Haven't seen too many people get the best of Charles tonight. Guess Sean is Charles' kryptonite.
Yeah, Sean having a good night. He's got almost 8,500 in front of him now as far as his chip stack is concerned. And he's
down with 5K, I believe.
Almost, yeah.
Charles right back at it again, opening it up with King Queen. It's going to call. Suited 1 gapper, 6-4 out of the small. Corey obviously going to call pocket 5s. Corey spiking the set on a Jack 5-4 2-heart board. Does elect to check it over to Charles, who is going to fire.
When's last call for food? Is there a last call for food?
Blake is going to go ahead and call.
Yeah, we have seen Charles c-bet pretty light.
And there is the check raise from Corey.
Looks like Charles is up to no good. Puts in the call. Blake's going to let go of bottom pair.
Nine on the turn.
Did give Charles a gut shot to the straight on the cards he might have been looking for when he floats.
Corey going to go ahead and fire out 350. Charles lets it go. Corey elects to show the 5s. He does not.
Another pot going Corey's way. Another pot getting shipped away from Charles. Charles kind of running into it. Last couple of hands. See if the frustration wears on him at all.
It's strong from the seats.
56.
That's
Hold 7.
All right, Donnie opening up to 75 with pocket 10s. Blake is going to put in the call with ace-8 suited. And we do see an ace-high flop, so Blake out flopping Don on this hand.
Check 7. Check it.
Action goes check, check.
Oh, wow.
Now ace on the turn. Blake with trips. Looks like Don's going to bet now.
175.
Goes almost full pot for 175.
Kind of curious to see what Blake elects to do here now.
Yeah, both options seem pretty valid, either calling or folding. It is a rainbow board.
Yep, he is going to put in the raise.
Trying to eke out value rather than slow play. Interesting, given the rainbow board, maybe the candidate to slow play, but there is a lot of different Broadway draws out there.
You said 56?
Blake will scoop it up. Trip aces get it done for Blake. Like to try to find a way to extract some value. Don does let it go.
Stroke on the C3.
Andy over in the chat saying what goes up must come down for Charles. That's kind of been the theme. He got off to a real hot start. That massive, massive chip stack, and now things have trended in the opposite direction. Been a rough go of things recently, has Charles. Now Blake opening it up with another suited ace. Ace-6 of hearts this time. Alice elects just to call with ace-queen. Invites Corey to call from the button. See Sean call at 9s out of the big, and Charles going nowhere. A 5-way flop. King, queen, 7, 2 clubs. We actually see Corey flop the best hand, top pair. Checks it over to him. He is going to bet.
Does bet the 130. Blake lets go. Alice, who did hit a queen, she looks like she's going to go ahead and put in the call.
See Alice looking him up for at least one street. See what the turn brings.
4 of hearts.
See Corey continue again with his top pair. A rather small bet, betting for value. Alice calling again.
Oh wow, the ace comes on the river to give.
Likes the
Alice
ace.
2 pair.
Actually goes check though. She's obviously checking it over to Corey, hoping that he fires out again. Fortunate river for Alice that time. Getting the best of Corey.
You'll be off in time, right? Nice. You gonna chop?
All right, guys, we'll be doing the giveaway here very next hand. Next hand, we'll start doing the roll for Don's earnings. 5% of Don's earnings potentially up for grab. He is up, so we're going to do the roll now. But keep in mind, though, if he ends up getting stuck, you then have to pay 5% of his loss. No, I'm kidding. You won't have to do that, but obviously the giveaway will be null and void. But we're going to do the roll here after this hand for 5% of Don's earnings. He is up right now, so we'll go ahead and do that roll. King 4-5 flop. Already at the turn. I think the board just paired.
I think it was a 6, which gave Sean the nuts.
Oh, okay. If it's a 6, then yeah.
I think that's why Sean led.
Yep, it is. Yep, you're right. Good call, yeah. So Sean does catch his 6 to get another straight.
And Don did turn open-ended.
Oh, yeah, he did. King pairing the board, though.
Sean's going to bet here again. Obviously trying to eke out some value from Don. Don, though, holding just jack high.
Don does elect to let it go. All right, guys, so here we are getting ready to do the giveaway. Again, Don is up. However, like I said, keep in mind, there is an hour and change left in the live stream, so hopefully Don can finish the night being up. And again, this giveaway is on YouTube. You have to type in the keyword that I'm about to post in the YouTube chat. And And we'll roll for a winner in a few minutes. But here is the keyword, exclamation point, Don Bucks. That's what's up for grabs anyway. 5% of Don Bucks for 5% of his earnings. So again, just type in that keyword on YouTube. You could possibly win 5% of Don's earnings if he does finish up. And again, this is on YouTube, so you can't type it on Facebook. You have to be on YouTube for this giveaway. And also, please have an Instagram to be able to direct message us. That way we can be able to get your email address to be able to give to Don. Already seeing quite a few people already enter. See a name, Trey Jacob. Is that Trey and Jacob's burner account? Couple more dealers.
It's the third iteration of Jacob.
Yeah. By the way, you can only enter one time. If you try to enter more than once, you will be automatically eliminated. So it's only one entry.
Oh, no. I would have gone big if I went anything. Yeah.
Beautiful. Give it another hand here, and then we'll roll for a winner. Again, do have to say once again, if you are entering, please have a way for us to be able to direct message us, whether it is through Instagram or Facebook. This is, again, a YouTube giveaway, so you have to be, it's kind of weird. You have to be in YouTube to be able to qualify for the giveaway, but you have to have Facebook or Instagram to message us because, unfortunately, there's not a direct messaging system on YouTube. So, Jesse the boss in there says, run it up, Don.
Man, it looks like Don's trying on this hand. He put in a
100% is.
And
And that's a good flop, 10-7 flop, 2 pair for Don.
Might want to buckle up if you put in the keyword, because Don might take another pot here.
Yep.
Chip stack continuing to grow. More Don buckets.
Trey Jacob did specify earlier you can only enter once. You've entered that keyword like 5 times, so you are probably going to be ineligible because, once again, it was only one entry. If you tried to spam the keyword multiple times, you get automatically DQ'd. So we'll do the roll after this hand. We'll see who will be the lucky winner of 5% of Don's earnings. Like I said, he is up now, but we still have plenty of time. A little over an hour left in the live stream.
We see Corey lead out with his pair of 6s. Alice decides to check raise with her gut shot, putting the pressure on Corey. Looks like he's going to get a little sticky. Puts in the call with his middle pair. Does not believe Alice this time around. Looks like she's going to represent some of the diamond type holdings when a queen of diamonds comes out. And it works. Corey snap folds.
Jesse the boss getting into the giveaway. That will be funny if that's the case. So this is the way the stats look as of now. Before we do the roll, again, Sean is now up 3,500. Same with Charles. Don is up 1,200.
312.
Alice and Corey also up as well. Blake and Lexo right now are the ones that are most stuck. So, and as we come back, Sean has aces.
Who is that? Who? Hey, we got to see though.
All right, so we got 3 players at the flop here.
Corey and Charles with weaker aces than Sean's, obviously.
So I don't understand, like, he's still hanging
Pair of
around.
5s and a 4 on this flop.
So,
Sean is going to go ahead and fire out the bet.
yeah, isn't it bad?
I've seen Charles put in some
Nothing else.
interesting floats tonight with overcards.
Oh, yeah. Charles did bet 100. Sean raised it. And Charles is going to go ahead and call.
Yeah, we've seen Charles peel with some overcards and then try to turn his hand into a bluff later. It's going to be tough for him to do so here on holding aces.
So maybe 9 actually. That makes sense.
Okay, so Sean bets 450. Yep, Sean is going to take it down. All right, guys, so here we go. I am going to go ahead and roll for the winner of the potentially
That's what I heard, yeah.
Don's earnings 5%, and the winner is Bowling Dude. Congrats, Bowling Dude. You have won 5% of Don's earnings. Good stuff to you. And Bowling Dude, I believe you have an Instagram, and I think you messaged us in the past, so I'm going to have to look you up real quick.
Here we go. For Bowling Dude, Don raising it up. Trying to win Bowling Dude some more.
Yeah. That is so rigged. Nope. It's a random draw, my friend. It's a random draw.
He says Bowling Dude is Don.
Yeah.
It's not true. Don is Volleyball Dude.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Bowling Dude, I think you messaged us before, but I don't remember what your actual Instagram or Facebook is. So, Bowling Dude, if you can, just shoot us a message on our Best Bet Instagram or Facebook.
Bowling Dude, I think you're right. We all wish we were Don.
All right, guys, in for this.
Time drink. Is it how much? 50?
Doesn't matter. Yeah. It'd be
Is it still just 2 card? It's 2 card, right?
2 card.
Yeah.
Hold on. 2 card, 2 board. Yeah. Okay. 50. 50. Okay. Cool. And we just take time out of
The button doesn't move for the next hand, and take whatever.
Yeah, Bowling Dude, if you can, just resend us a message.
20, right?
That way I know, remember where you are, because I can't remember what your actual account was.
Actually, no, that'd be good.
Now, fun fact, Bowling Dude did win this previously. There you are. I got you.
You flip 1 card face up.
All right, I got your email and all that stuff and everything. So, hopefully, this works out for Bowling Dude, because the last time we did roll this for Bowling Dude, Don ended up losing a bid pot, and unfortunately, it got Don stuck. So Bowling Dude wasn't able to collect on Don's earnings.
Funny is at the beginning of us getting on the stream, Bowling Dude referenced it and said, if that ever happened again, I think I should be owed a hat. And I said, should that happen, I think we can work something out.
We can definitely work that out. I remember the last time that we did send him a Best Bet Live T-shirt when that happened. So, okay, so it looks like here it's a double board bomb pot. I was actually warned about this hand, so the graphics kind of got messed up here. Charles does end up taking the bomb pot. So
60.
That's all that matters.
Yep,
Charles wins.
Yep, Charles won the bomb pot. It was just a flop.
Yeah, button stays.
Yes, button stays.
So Charles does take it down. So
What a thought process. That does exist, yep.
We've seen Charles scoop quite a few pots. Obviously, he takes the bomb pot as well. This hand, we're going to see Alice bump it up. if it gets folded over to her. Alice raising up to 100 with ace-9 suited. And everybody's going to let it go, so Alice takes it down uncontested.
And no, Trey, that's not what happened because, like I said, the anti-spam was enabled, so he did, in fact, only enter one time.
In the 10-25, yeah.
Still good I mean, it's.
I don't think I'm gonna have a seat. That's part of the issue. I'm always his placeholder. No.
Say what?
I'm always his placeholder. No, just in case.
Yeah, right.
All right, so let's see here. Raise the 125 with
I think
Blake.
everybody's gonna show.
Queen Jack suited.
Appreciate you. Mario.
Trey, the thing was he didn't win last time because Don ended up getting stuck, so he wasn't able to get any of Don's earnings. But even then, we have had multi-winners in the past. Mark Spalding's won Don's earnings a couple times on our live stream.
You know Todd?
I wanted to call him.
Meanwhile, Blake takes that pot down pretty quickly. Flop top 2 pair. Hoping to see some people put chips in, but fortunately for them, they did not.
Don talking about Todd L.
With Mario and Russ together, so I'm very interested in that dynamic.
Okay, Trey. Whatever you say.
I don't think like maybe was that 75?
Sean, current big winner on the night, making up with another big hand.
Yeah, Sean's had a
Don,
great
though,
night.
pocket 9s.
Nines are in the lead.
Yeah, Blake does have a gut shot. Only
Now a pair of
improves to a
sixes.
6 on the turn, yeah. Don still with the best hand. And that's going to hold. So, Don with the best hand. Betting out here for some value. Blake puts in the call. Good news for Bowling Dude and Don in this hand. Got the max.
I thought you lighter than that.
Yeah, Don does scoop that pot. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Got less than an hour left in the live stream. We'll be ending this around 11:15. And then, like I said, we'll be back at it tomorrow.
Fun game tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
10:25 no limit hold'em game tomorrow, and the names that are on that list is going to be a juicy 10:25 game. We got Russ on the list. We also got Mario on the list. Basar is on the list. John O, Wendy. Got Jimmy on the game for tomorrow night.
I like how you asked me directly.
The action for sure. You can tell the players on this table. Earlier we're talking about how big it's going to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they'll probably expect straddles to be live. Pretty much quickly turn into a 25-50.
It could definitely become that big of a game. I
think it was Don.
anticipate-
I think it was Don earlier was talking about how Todd and Mario have never played together yet.
And you know what? That's going to be a
Massive
treat.
Firework. Massive fireworks are going to happen.
Wow, Blake, trip 5s for him on this flop.
Charles did hit a pair of trays. Now Queen is going to open the door for Blake to get a decent amount of value out of Charles. Yeah, we see Charles put in a big raise.
Lance asking what's going to be the buy-in for that 10:25 game. I want to say the min buy-in's 2,500.
I would imagine I can't even imagine what the shortest buy-in will be, though. I'm gonna assume like 10K.
Yeah.
Nobody in that lineup is
No,
short.
the average buy-in is probably going to be 10K. Now Charles raises it to 500. Man, he is bluffing at this thing.
We've seen a lot of interesting lines from Charles tonight. Blake hasn't seen too many of them, so I think that's why this is throwing him off a little bit.
Yeah, but he does call.
Does inevitably
Blake
call
does
the
make
trip.
the correct call.
You call? Right. I think I'm only called by worse, right?
Most likely, as Blake said, he's probably going to get called by worse if he raises. Any 5 he's chopping, unless they have a king or an ace to go with it, in which case he would lose. So you can't raise for value. Definitely good to just call.
They're probably like, what is he thinking about? Well, I would click it back.
In case anybody unaware, our start time for that stream tomorrow would be 6 p.m. Live stream would probably go up around 6:15 to 6:30.
That must have been fun to
I would highly recommend tuning in for that one. It's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be a super exciting game.
before either of you show.
And then we'll be off on Saturday night, and then coming to you all day Sunday. Day 2 coverage of the Mystery Bounty starting at noon on Sunday.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun. And of course, final table for the main event will be on Monday at 2 o'clock. Again, the ideal perfect situation will be that nobody pulls that 50K bounty on the feature day and it carries over to the final table. Because, like I said, with that 50K bounty, that would still be up for grabs. I'm curious what the play would be like on the final table, knowing that that is still out there for somebody.
I would imagine that creates a lot of people pushing the short stacks around.
Yep.
Really trying to go for those bounties. And there's a 50K live with only a few players left. Up the pressure, up the aggression. In terms of aggression, we saw Blake open the button in this hand. Corey, the only caller. It'll be those two heads up, 475 each. A flop bet of 75 and a call. Blake is holding a double gut shot. Corey with just king high. River board pairing 7. Blake's ace high is still good in this hand.
He makes you go home.
Corey checks it over to him.
She's got cats to take care of.
See Blake weighing his options, deciding whether he needs to bluff at this one.
Even though you're a bad player.
Fires out.
What?
But little did he know his ace high was good anyway. The classic bluffing with the best hand scenario. If he's targeting other ace highs, since he would lose with his kicker, should Corey hold something like ace jack, ace 10.
Oh, Gil? You're taking Gil's one to fucking that's a compliment from Gil.
Alright, we see Charles opening up under the gun for 75 with queen 10 of clubs. Blake looks down at king queen. He is going to put in the 3-bet. I think he's got a pretty good feel for the action at this point. Not afraid to put in the 3-bet here. Charles quickly called and we're off to a king 8-6 flop. Blake flopping the best of it. This king queen.
I don't want that kind of pressure on me.
See what he decides to do in terms of sizing. Obviously going to put in a C-bet. Charles immediately folds.
First and say, like,
Blake
well,
gets
actually,
taken
I
down.
cashed in the first event here. The one tournament that I played in, I cashed.
Nice to see Blake getting a little bit comfier at the table.
48th, 47th.
Putting in some 3-bets now.
Flexing will play 1,500. I mean, that was the prize. That's not what I made. It's not profit. No, it's,
Strawman making an appearance in the chat. How you doing tonight, Strawman?
So it was 800. And you make
So we definitely saw some coolers earlier.
still profit.
If anybody missed it earlier in the night, we saw Lexo hit quads against Charles, hitting a massive boat for a big loaded pot.
All because Gil said this about you? Because of Gil?
Not too many other big ones since then. That might have been
Yeah, we all
the
are.
biggest pot of the evening so far. Here we saw Don just open and take one. Pocket 8.
Oh, 20 miles. Oh, you had a chance to get a pizza?
Not losing a pot. Always good. Don's protecting that win for Bowling Dude.
Really? Oh, and from the main? Oh, fuck.
No, I do understand that. I do understand that.
You understand not paying?
No.
Person
I
that-
understand. I know who y'all talking about.
Oh, I didn't know that. I do know about that other guy. The one that went deep this year.
Action gets around to
My
Sean.
guy, I forget his name. They can't, you gotta
Makes up with Pocket Kings. Sean having a pretty good night tonight.
Even though I got this money, it's
75? 100.
You can do the math on it, though. Okay.
Like Don gonna put in the call. His
Really
King
loud,
Jack.
obnoxious. Who?
Apologies, Don did let it go. Fortunate for Don that he folded there.
what do you do? You run deep and then
So he just trying to collect all the backers' money and have no intention to bring them back.
Exactly. And not only that, I mean,
Pretty fortunate situation for Don on that last hand, getting away from King Jack pre-flop. Sean was holding King.
Even existed. He would come here when the games were big. And he was just so fucking obnoxious. Such an asshole. And it's all a fucking act. Like,
Any food drinks, we drink water?
it's like you don't need to be that way.
Can I get a menu? He like tries so hard to get under your skin, but
Exactly.
it gets under his skin.
His skin. He's such an idiot. It's so dumb. It's like he thinks that he's leveling. It's like you're leveling yourself.
Exactly what he's doing.
I think he's one.
It's crazy.
way back. They were
It's like a three-way limp pot here between Charles, Don, and Blake.
Sean winner.
Ace-high flop, and we are going to see Blake represent the ace. Don does not believe him, putting in the call at bottom pair. Don still with the best hand on this turn. Blake's going to continue telling his story, and it works.
He was Zen the very next year went pro deep.
See Blake makes it up there with 10-4.
It's hard to win two good runs.
So Winters, you know what's funny is all the people who are really good, for whatever reason, there's always chunks of twos that start together.
Hi, guys, quick- Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It speaks highly of community, really.
I always tell the Sean Winter story before he had won his like first.
I was going to say, by the way, guys, it is done now. Day 1A is in the books. 8 players have advanced to the feature day on Sunday. They will be in the money. So 8 bounties are ready to go for that feature day on Sunday.
And he would do this. He had his girl next to him. He's so fucked up. 619. And he'd take a flag or a pumpkin and just raise like this. And if somebody called, you'd just go ahead, muck. I was there, Sean. I fucking saw that shit.
The man of the people.
So Alice is going to take down this hand.
It was 25-50, and there was a list a mile long. It was in the back room up there. I'll never forget that.
Man of the people.
Shit. You know, Sean would be like, go ahead. If you guys want to start calling me, this game is gonna be too boring. I'm gonna leave. Somebody called. I was fucking there. And he is what he tries. Obviously, he's a legitimate beast.
But he's a
I seen him in the Bahamas. He was stepping out the back room. He said, I want most people came.
Flop is queen 6-7 flop, so Charles does hit a queen.
I was there. I saw that. I'll never fucking forget that. Couldn't believe it.
It's always a funny story when you hear someone say that, oh, I was there when this happened.
I tend to believe Don when he says it, though.
Yes, definitely.
Don's not one to tell too many stories.
No.
He's generally been there.
No, he's definitely not the fish story type, as we like to call it.
Bitcoin.
Also, guys, keep your eyes glued on the website. The September live stream schedule should be posted within the next week or so. If it's not already up on the website. But I know we're finalizing a couple things for that, and then we'll be releasing that schedule once it does become available. As we see Sean taking out another pot here pre-flop.
So a couple good games on the preliminary schedule. Looks like it'll be a fun month.
Yeah.
Rolling right over into September.
And it's crazy, you know, we got September coming up, and then right before you know it, we'll be gearing up and getting ready for the World Poker Tour, WPT. That will be happening.
Yeah, it rolls through right at the end of October into November. Definitely going to be a fun couple of weeks. Can't wait for that event list to come out. I know everybody's kind of anxiously awaiting to see what's in store.
We'll definitely be releasing more info with that after the card player is done. Right now, obviously, we want to focus on the card player poker tour.
Main event this weekend. Mystery bounty coverage all day Sunday, including the featured table as well as all of the lucky individuals pulling the mystery bounties.
Yep.
Seeing who's the big winners.
Yeah. 78 cents. Oh my god.
Definitely a fun watch. I remember watching it myself the last time that event happened.
Good choice.
Get a featured table plus everybody pulling the bounties with the excitement in the air.
I mean, it was definitely just it was a different atmosphere that day when we hosted our very first mystery bounty, and seeing everyone excited about who was going to pull that 50K bounty. And it was Dickie Malone who ended up pulling that first one that we had. Got draw lucky number 22. He said 22 was his lucky number. He was the 22nd person to draw it, and he got the 50K bounty.
I remember when he pulled the number, he said, well, I win.
And it was funny in the room when I was talking to everybody else, as we see Corey and Blake both hit their ace on this flop. When I was talking to everybody else in the room, when they saw Dickie pulled it, everyone's response was, of course Dickie pulled the 50K bounty. And then the next time we hosted the next mystery bounty event, that's when we saw Tyler pull not just the 50K, but he pulled the 25K bounty and the 10K bounty.
Perfect day for him. That's what you dream about while you're driving on the way in.
Which one is this? XTC, yeah, I almost bought that one.
There we saw Corey bet out with the weaker kicker.
I almost bought it early on.
Led both flop and turn, so from Blake's perspective, your 7 kicker doesn't look as strong. It's in the call anyway. After a 5 on the river, Blake's hand is best. They are not chopping.
How much is it? Weird one.
Corey bets out again.
Yeah, Corey trying to tell a story. The thing for Blake is he does not have a great kicker either.
Yeah, I mean, I only got.
He can definitely be out-kicked by quite a few different hands.
Yeah, you can see him saying, I don't love my hand right now, and this bet screams value. It looks like Corey's trying to milk him. That's what he's picking up on.
Looks like Alice is going to be calling it a night.
When she loses, she loses.
Super small, dude.
I don't give it.
Good luck.
And now Blake just
King deuce? Is it king deuce? Should be king deuce.
doesn't want to call but can't fold, so
And he does elect
does
to put it in
eventually
the
put the
call.
call. We'll get the good news. That he actually called with the best hand, and he gets to take this pot down.
How do you both flop on these?
Lamar,
Oh, we're on the
WPT is
same
going to be
thing.
here in
Yeah.
Jacksonville.
Got you.
WPT will be here in Jacksonville.
Straight?
And that's going to be again end of October through the middle of November. We'll have official dates, official events. Everything will be released after the card player is done.
And you don't put me on the 5-time Omaha? Can you put me on the 5-time Omaha?
I've never seen so many in and outs on a live stream.
Right?
This much?
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Strange.
And it's a couple things. The reason why that is, Lexo, you are right.
So that's nice.
Saddle up.
But, you know, tournament season going on right now. There's a 10-25 game that's going on upstairs.
Discount
It's a lot of different elements.
I would imagine there's a couple good PLO games going as well.
Yep. Of course, our room is PLO Central.
I know Alice especially is a PLO specialist.
Brenda would have stayed. She would have.
Was she Brenda?
Yeah. But seeing Hunter go, that was kind of weird.
All right, so Charles, a mystery hand for him.
Or like something happened, man. What if
He was just bad mood in that house. As soon as he responded to me, I was like, he's in the mood. In the very beginning, they were asking about traveling. I was like, I'm gonna do what I want.
Corey bet out with his pair of nines.
Don't be that way.
Everybody else let it go pretty fast.
He knew something. He knew him. And he got up and left midway. He got up and up. There we go.
Straddle is going to continue being on yet again. We're going to see a $75 open.
Looks like we might have a card that's not reading. Ace-7, ace-queen on the board. Charles in the lead with his pair of queens right now. Don has a flush draw.
Already see Charles scoop yet another pot.
No way he believes that I have quads too.
It's hard to make quads.
Says the guy who made quads.
It's hard to make quads.
It is hard to make quads. I mean, it's hard to make a pair at times.
Referencing Lexo's quads earlier in the show, for anyone who missed it. Also hit quads against Charles in a very large pot.
They got anything going on.
Charles holding an overpair to the board. Allowed Lexo to get quite paid. Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Got about a half an hour left in tonight's stream. Here we do see Lexo wake up with pocket aces. Don, and down at ace queen. Bowling dude's got to be sweating a little bit.
Yeah, poor bowling dude.
Fortunately for him, Don completely bricked this flop. Now it's Charles improved to open-ender with his flush draw. Blake open-ended as well on that turn.
Wow, Lexo.
Now we saw Blake put in a raise over Charles' bet. Puts Lexo in a really weird spot all of a sudden.
Up against a paired board with your aces.
Yeah, really interesting spot because he checked back the flop since it was a way ahead, way behind scenario.
Wow, Lexo does let it go.
Yeah, so we're going to see Charles and Blake go to this river instead. We're going to see which player decides to bluff at it since they both missed out. No straight or flush for either one. Given the fact that he raised the turn, I would imagine Blake's going to bet on the river. Sure enough, Blake does fire out as a bluff. He's going to take it down. Let's go. He's going to watch that one back later. See that he was put in a tough fluctuating spot, letting go of aces.
We open-ended?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good time break, everybody. You guys gonna do another?
Are we doing this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's like 400.
How much time do we have?
Half an hour. This will be the last down.
Oh, okay.
Double board, Seth. 50.
So just like 30 minutes ago, players agreeing to do a double board bomb pot on the dealer change. Anybody unaware of each board that will be out there represents half the pot.
Bottom left, the double board. See it? All right. Second board.
Check.
Check. Check eight.
Okay, the other one for the end.
Just roll. Two from the 1C. Fold 2, fold 3. Fold 6.
Oh, okay.
7. 200 from the 1C. Folded all the way to seat 8. Who's thinking?
Now it's like Corey led the flop, having top on the bottom board.
And they all folded.
And everybody let it go, so he gets to scoop it.
It's an okay look for you, only hold them.
Appreciate
It's always
it.
been like it.
I barely.
It does stay. Did I move it?
Once again, appreciate everybody watching us here. Coming to you from Best Bet Live, located in Jacksonville, Florida. For anybody unfamiliar, Best Bet has a total of 3 locations in Northeast Florida. This being our primary location in the Jacksonville area.
I've played a lot of big O, I really like it.
Room over in Orange Park, and our newest location down in St. Augustine.
Right by the edge, that's a big O. Seriously, here's some
Raise 75.
little big coffees.
Now the fan favorite Don is going to bump it up to 75. Blake's going to wake up with pocket kings behind him.
Raise 253. 8 seat.
Blake goes with a 3-bet size of 250. See if Don wants to continue. He does put in the call.
Yeah, right.
Now we see a king high flop, so Blake top set. Don with a gut shot to Broadway. Blake does continue. A little bit less than half pot. Trying to tempt Don to stay in. Sure enough, Don calls. Turn 7 of diamonds. Brick card for Don. Blake obviously still holding the nuts. His top set. see what size Blake goes for. He actually likes to check it back, trapping Don. See a board pair 7 on the river. Now, does Don go for the bluff? Fortunately for him, he does not. He checks it over. Given the fact he checked back the turn, I would imagine Blake goes on the larger side here to try to make it look like a bluff. Interesting to see if he goes on the smaller side for value, though. Obviously, holding 2 kings, your opponent is going to be on a weaker side. Bowling Dude says this hurts. Sure enough, Bowling Dude, I know that hand was not fun to watch. We got off a little light.
This was a big hand that time, I'll tell you that. Well, that's pretty good.
Alright, so we're straddle 100 here from the 6.
So action's pumped up all of a sudden. We got the 25, the 50, and the $100 straddles are on.
That's a raise. All straddles.
It's immediately a pretty hefty pot. We see Don open it up, so chance at redemption for Don.
Got it. Thank you.
Hoping to get some of those chips back from the last hand. Now Blake gonna let go of King Jack offsuit. And it looks like Don's raise is gonna take this one down. This will pick up a nice chunk of change on contested.
Alright. I hate that hand. I'll throw it.
So a little bit of money back there for Don.
What'd you have?
What a wuss.
Good news for Bowling Dude, our Don Bucks winner tonight.
What a wuss.
I just
Wetting 5% of Don's winnings.
Good.
I had one lower card.
Jack 9.
Action got all around to Corey. After a couple of calls, Charles going to bump it up from the straddle at 10-4. Corey puts in the call, looking to set mine with his pocket fours. Fortunately, Charles is holding one of them. Charles gets a really good flop. Queen at 9-8, 2 hearts. And Charles taking advantage of the board and the run out, gets to take this one down just 10 high. So yet again, we see Charles scoop a medium-sized pot. With his pretty unique play style.
I'm more than that.
Thank you. Raise 75 from the 2.
Gets around to Lexo, gonna bump it up with ace-8 of hearts. Looks like Charles defends his straddle with the jack 9.
102.
Does go bet call or an 8 high flop, so Lexo with top. Gets some value out of Charles. After the turn comes out, Lexo bets, Charles folds. Let's see, let's take it down. Again, do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. We'll be back at it again tomorrow, a little bit after 6 o'clock for a 10-25 no limit game. Based on some of the names in the lineup, should kind of quickly turn into something closer to a 25-50 game. Imagine it'll be a very fun table to sweat.
Raise 135 from 6.
Here we see Charles bumping it up with 10-7 offsuit. Corey and Sean are going to call. Corey holding ace-8 in position. Sean with 10-9 suited out of the blinds. Flops 5-4 tray, 2 clubs. So Sean with the flush draw. Charles with gut shot to a straight. Corey with ace-high, real draw. Charles, continuation bet. Both players called. Deuce on the turn does give Corey the straight. Charles finally slows down. Corey is going to bet for value with his wheel. He's giving Sean a pretty good price to call this flush draw. Sure enough, Sean calls. River comes 9 of spades. Not the card Sean was looking for. He's trying to improve to a flush, not a pair. Corey takes this one down. Strawman asking, is Lexo on the stream tomorrow? No, unfortunately, Lexo is only here for tonight's stream. Tomorrow's lineup's got a lot of the regular names you may know. You got Russ, Mario, Todd, Jimmy, Jono. A lot of familiar faces for the best bet location. If anybody's watched the stream before, they know that a couple of those names I just said will fire the chips in the middle. Sure, there'll be fireworks tomorrow. A couple of aggressive players converging onto one table. Sure to be some action.
Check 6, 7.
This hand we saw Charles flop top pair with king 8. Did elect to check it. Action checked around.
200 from 6.
Now he's going to bet on the turn with his top pair. Like Blake had a nefarious thought for a minute, but does let it go. Everybody else folds as well, and Charles taking down a pot yet again. Anybody tuning in is unaware, Lexo there in the 2 seat. He is somewhat popular YouTube vlogger coming from southern Florida. Comes up 2 best bet once in a while. Usually for just like a one-day trip.
That was a hot seat.
They touch your leg.
This is gonna be the hot seat. Hey, what's up, buddy? What's up, Sean? Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'll check for more.
You got him again.
Mickey after this hand.
Huh? 5.
Check 8. Check 1.
We do see Blake with a double gut shot. Charles with the flush draw.
100 from 6. Call that right there.
Yeah, I'll do that.
What's up, buddy? I like the shirt.
Thank you, bro.
So depending on this run out, we could see fires between Blake and Charles. It's kind of like Blake's been itching to take advantage of Charles' aggression.
5-5 right under Charles. There's a really good game. The first game? Yeah. Really good.
Are we on that list?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Did you get them?
No, I got them in the first quarter game.
What is it, home?
New player joining us. His name is Mickey. There in the 4 seat.
My seat's open struggle too.
There's no stuff you're doing good if you're going to.
Came down from the 10-25 game, I believe.
Action, but it's tough. Really good players in there, but they're not mids.
Saw a couple players leave this table to go to that game earlier. That'd be the first instance of a player coming down rather than going up.
I had no idea. I had no idea I got it so bad. And I normally run twice. I always run twice. Dude just did it before I could even say. And I got
Sean with a pocket 8 opens up, and we see Charles mixing it up here yet again. 3 bets to 300 with 6 tray.
If the roles reverse and I break that,
Blake put in the call, King Queen. I think Blake has very quickly been picking up on the dynamics of Charles. Is hyperactive recently as the stream winds down.
The guy you're up against?
Now we're going 3 ways to an ace, jack flop.
yeah. But if he said he would have given me.
So perfect flop for Charles to continue his aggression and
I would have on it that day.
possibly get everybody off their hand. Instead, he checks back. We see a 3rd ace on the turn.
Check 3. 300 from 6.
Now we see Charles fire on the turn card. You see him do the little head shake there. If you were watching earlier, he did that when he had a monster hand and Don made fun of him. I think he was using that to his advantage this time. Feigning the same reaction now that he doesn't have it. And he gets the bluff through.
I definitely would not let Trucker Ben run his place. Because I don't think he would. If, you know what I mean? Not yet. I can't double up.
All right, Nicky getting into the action here. Looks down at 8-8 suited.
Oh, really?
Does raise it up. Made 100 to go. We see Charles put in the call. Blake's going to call from the button with the king jack. Lex definitely calling out of the big blind with 6-5 suited. And for that price, Sean's getting in there with jack 4. 5 ways to a flop. Flop comes out 9-7-5 with 2 diamonds, and we see Nicky just rip it. Got nut flush draw and gut shot. It's gonna be hard for anybody to put in the call, and Nicky gets to take it down. Shows his hand. So first hand is a doozy for Nicky, our most recent player to the table. Just getting in as the stream winds down. Again, about 15 minutes left for everybody watching. Really appreciate everybody hanging out tonight, watching the stream. Obviously looking forward to being back at it again tomorrow. Hope you all join in for that one as well.
Yeah. Check. Thank you. Replay. Texted me while he was in Hawaii asking about fucking suntan lotion. As if I would know. Check. And it was at 3 a.m. 75.
Three-way little pot here.
Yeah, but that's like middle of the day for him.
It's like,
Blake flops the best hand. He leads out, everybody lets it go.
Yes. You know, there's this thing called Google.
And I'm sure there's a local there. There's probably a local around there.
And then he texted Paulo. He's like, "Oh yeah, my bad. Forgot about the time shift." You know I don't play late. You know I was fucking asleep. Small blind. It's very, very weird.
Charles Carter.
A little late.
Case tournaments are more your thing for anybody out there watching. We are winding down the card player tour. Main event weekend. $1,700 buy-in, $300K guarantee in that prize pool. Going with a mystery bounty format.
100.
Live coverage of the day 2 action in that mystery bounty coming on Sunday. Kicking off at noon with a featured table and all the bounty pools. And oh my god, we got a flop here. Sean and Blake flop set over set. Queen 4 deuce rainbow board. Sean with the queens and Blake with the 4s. Goes bet call. Sean obviously trapping. Turn is a 9 of diamonds. Doesn't change a ton for either player. Both have to feel very comfortable with their hand. And it looks like now we're going to see Sean put in the check raise. Just a question of whether Blake calls or 3-bets. Definitely both options on the table. You got to feel pretty comfy with pocket 4s. Sean did raise pre-flop. And then checks the flop, checks the turn, and now raises. Gotta think what kind of hands would do that. Now we see Blake rip it. Snap call from Sean.
Whatever you want.
And now we have what has to be the biggest pot of the night.
Wow.
When it's set over set. Just brutal. for Blake.
Anyway. Wow, that's good.
Yeah. Wow.
Hi, Sam.
And they ran it twice, both rivers clean, and Sean
You got me covered. Monster Shawnster.
wins a massive, massive pot. Definitely going to be the big winner tonight.
Fucking queen. You got me covered.
Woo.
Yeah, he does.
Very unfortunate flop for Blake. Turn obviously wasn't going to slow either player down either. He's going to be on the wrong end of a nasty cooler. Oof. So rough ending to Blake's session here on the live stream. Just like that, we're going to see Sean stack a pile of chips.
Set over set is it's my least favorite thing in poker. You can't get away from it. I just like, what do you do?
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, you lose everything. What you do?
Solid advice from Don. Nothing you can do there. Call it a day and hope to be on the better end of it the next time.
That's why you were asking for chips. You were out.
Hey, Sean, you don't need to play these fucking tournaments and sit and grind all day.
You wouldn't believe how much I lost over 2 times.
Shut the fuck up.
4,900, 4,800.
I was wondering why you came here. I was like,
That's
you
why.
do what I do.
Press.
You just press.
Yeah. Fucking brain hot.
That's what I do too, but I don't. I believe that in a heartbeat. I believe it. I believe it.
I got tilted as fuck and I just lose.
I mean, only because I've done it too. That's what I know. Check 6.
After Don and Sean discuss some press your luck strategy, see Corey take down a small pot with his ace high. Charles was in there with 5-4, lets it go on the flop.
Again, what do you
Everybody kind of reeling from that set over set hand. I think everybody's been there at some point in their career, and it's not a fun spot to have happen. Everybody kind of empathizes with Blake on that one. See Charles opening up to 105 with ace-6 suited. Charles has been getting in there just about every chance he has.
Is this game not going to continue off stream?
Lexo puts in the call 10-8 suited. And Lexo completes the flush on the turn, and it does give top pair to Charles. Again, Charles has been very active.
It's just that I've been.
Lexo bets, Charles calls. Turn is a tray of clubs, action killing card for Lexo.
Not like Hunter that beats the
Kind of the theme of the night for Lex. Aside from the one massive cooler pot, it's been a pretty frustrating night of runouts for him, especially against Charles.
Literally or
Getting into hands against the guy you want to get into hands against. And
figuratively.
a lot of bad runouts in those situations.
physically, yes.
Fortunately for Lex, he got the big pot with the quads. Kind of a night saver. It's been a little quiet and frustrating aside from that one pot. Here we see Charles bump it up to 105 again, this time with ace-9. Ace-6 last time, ace-9 this time.
And you what?
Let's see Sean get in there with ace-5 suited.
I went there first.
Falling out of the straddle.
Check it. Pretty good early.
Flop comes down jack high. Jack 7-6 rainbow. Charles going to cut in a continuation bet and take it down. Not much there for Sean.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. That's
proceed with, and Charles gets to scoop another small pot.
You take 4K? 2,500? More.
Let's try 25
Yeah,
before.
yeah, we had over, like almost 6, like over 6, right? Pretty sure.
No way.
No.
Nah, he's about 35, 38.
Yeah, at least 4K.
This guy, I thought that he had like over 5, at least.
Maybe you can start.
You check hold clock, check raise, and big enough.
Hold 6.
Oh yeah, because you're in the small blind. That makes sense.
You counted what he had, right, Chase?
Action does fold around to Sean in the big. He's going to bump it up over the straddle. Straddle immediately folds, and Sean gets to take it down. Nice and easy with King 8.
Every time I looked, he had over 5.
It looked like close to 5.
Sean's got all the momentum going his way. I don't think anybody wants to contend with him too much.
Might have to try it though.
Yeah, it's a different game, that's for sure.
They do 5 card down.
But he had close to 5K.
They do 5 card.
Oh, no, I hate that game. That's just coin flips. I mean, already the equities are spread thin, and then you add another card.
Yeah.
75 from the UC.
Lexo raising it up here with Queen 7 suited from the button. Ready fold to Charles. Another Charles versus Lexo hand. Queen 7 suited versus 7-6 suited.
They're playing like $100.
Action goes check, check on the flop. Check, check, turn.
I play it at 5-5 because no one knows what to do.
Now
But
6
that game,
on the river.
Yeah, and I am the only one that doesn't know what to do.
Obviously, the 6 on the river couldn't have been in Charles's hand. Graphics a little off there.
Who's local in that game besides Hunter? Who's local?
Yeah, that unfortunately does happen with our tech.
Yeah, it's like
Paul?
But we are going on to the next hand. We're getting close to the final 3 hands of the night. We'll do a quick stat check to wrap things up. And then we will be heading to tomorrow night. Big 1025 no limit hold'em cash game that we're going to have for you. That live stream will be up and running around 6:15 tomorrow. For those asking if Lexo is going to be on the live stream tomorrow, he is not. He's actually going to be making his way down to Orange City, is what he said earlier. So Lexo will not be here tomorrow.
Does not mean that tomorrow's lineup won't be good by any means.
No, we got, trust me. There's a ton of people on this list, but like our initial 8 that we have for this live stream tomorrow, it's going to be a juicy one. Definitely look for it. All right, guys, so here we are. The announcements are made. Final 3 hands, and then we will bid you all adieu.
2002 and 3.
Raise 100 from the 4 seats.
And then before that, hold 6.
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us, though. Appreciate you guys watching. Been a very fun 5-10 live stream. And first hand is a walk. Don gets a little bit back, so Bowling Dude, you might still get a little bit of Don's earnings.
Hopefully.
I feel bad for Bowling Dude. Won it the first time, and then Don busted out.
And Don was on the wrong end of a decent-sized pot not too long ago also. So
Oh, no.
gonna be sweating those final stats for sure.
Not that much more. There's actually quite a lot more. No, he only wants to run it once. That was his choice too.
All right, so
When you're gambling.
meanwhile, Shondo, big night for him. Wow. Just realized he has
well, he just stacked Blake a couple minutes ago.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Probably the biggest pot of the night. Set over set, massive cooler.
Ooh, that's gross.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty.
I'll have to go back and probably make a short out of that one.
Yeah, for sure.
250 from 6.
Charles bets 250.
Right, 700 from 3.
And Sean is going to go ahead and bump it up to 700. And that's going to get Charles a fold.
A good read by Sean. We see Charles be hyperactive the last half hour to hour. Sean picking up on that. Tries to make a stand.
All right, guys, so this is going to be the final hand of the night. And then, like I said, we will be wrapping things up, and then we'll be getting ready for the Big Ten 25 game on Friday night. Again, no live stream on Saturday because we will be back at it on Sunday with our feature day, day 2. Everyone in the money from our mystery bounty main event. Everyone will be a bounty pool as well. Play it down to 9 players, and then we'll have final table action on Monday at 2 p.m.
Yeah, I'll get it to you guys.
All right, so Lexo pocket 10s in his final hand of the night. He's going to bump it up.
It could be a doozy final.
Yeah, 3 bets at the 375, and oh, that's going to be it. Oh, wow, no action. Boo.
Come on.
Last hand. Man, no action. That's unfortunate. All right, Lexo's going to take that down. Let's go ahead and show the stats real quick. And listen, Don still finished up a little bit. You'll be getting a little something there for 5% of Don's earning bowling dude. We'll you know, not too bad there. But that's going to be it for tonight, guys. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up for our dealers tonight, Chase Seth, and for Mike Kruger. Again, we'll see you tomorrow night for that 10-25 game. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. We'll see you guys tomorrow night. Take care, be easy. Thanks for watching.